Distinguished guests, esteemed stakeholders, valued participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning all. I stand here on behalf of the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Plateau State, Mrs. Caroline Panglang Dafur, who is unavoidably absent agencies of her office, magnificent in her craft. I stand here this morning to deliver our opening remarks. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the West African Alternative Care Summit here in the beautiful city of Jos, Plateau State. This important gathering marks a significant milestone in our shared commitment to strengthening social protection systems for our children, especially orphans and the vulnerable groups across our region. As the Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development in Plateau State, I am deeply honored to co-host this summit in partnership with the Association of Orphanages and home operators of Nigeria North Central Zone. Your unwavering dedication at advancing alternative care solutions for children is truly commendable. This summit serves as a vital platform for dialogue, collaboration, and innovation. It gives us the opportunity to confront the challenges within our care systems, share impactful practices, and build the capacity of caregivers and social workers. Together, we affirm our collective responsibility to ensure that every child, regardless of circumstance, has the chance to grow in a safe, loving, nurturing environment. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Plateau State, Barrister Caleb Manasseh Mutfwang, for his steadfast support for initiatives that promote child welfare and protection. I also extend sincere appreciation to the organizers, facilitators, and participants whose tireless efforts have made this summit possible. Over the coming days, I encourage us all to engage openly, share generously, and collaborate boldly. Let us seize this opportunity to develop practical, transformative solutions that will improve the lives of our children, not only in Plateau State, but across Nigeria, West Africa, East Africa, sub-region, and the world all over. Let us remain united in purpose and passionate in our pursuit of a brighter and more secure future for our children. Once again, welcome to Jos the Beautiful, Plateau State. I wish you all a productive and enriching experience at this summit. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. Please, one more time, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, as she takes her seat, can we give her a big round of applause? Thank you. Going forward, we'll also be inviting Justice N.L. Musa from the family court to give us the goodwill message. Please, a round of applause as she comes. She's representing all the judges from the family court here. Please, a round of applause as she comes up stage. Good morning, all. I respect the protocol that has been duly established, I think, since yesterday and also today. Um, like you have heard, we are coming from the judiciary and, to be specific, the family court. We have three in number in Plateau State. And what we do, we collaborate with the Minister of Women Affairs, who have a lot of work to do in terms of administering the issue of children. When it comes to the issue of adoption, fostering, guardianship, and the like, they do the work, they do the investigation, and it's usually brought to us to look at what they have done, if it is in line with the rules and regulations and the Child Rights Act, then we do our work. Like you have known, the Child Rights Act is in place in Plateau State 2005, and we see it with the assessors. The assessors are people who are well knowledgeable when it comes to child issues. They are, they give the guide, they know the psychology of the children, and when it comes to all the others that are being taught, they give their expertise when it comes there. And we are highly delighted to be part of this August occasion. It is an occasion that gives us the wherewithal to see that children are protected. And we feel so happy. Look, and from our own side, we see a lot of children need the care and attention. They need protection. And this August gathering is showing us that there's a passion for the care and protection of children. And we commend the organizers and the associations who have put this together in order to give us the awareness of the fact that children also have human rights. It's not only the adults that have human rights. The children need to be heard. They also have their ways of thinking, and then the psychology behind them should also be seen to protect them at all times because they are vulnerable. And for this organization, we say kudos to you. And then we are highly honored to participate in the activities. And for whatever it is, we give our support to see that children are protected and also under the auspices of the fact that they need to be reunited, they need to have the family bonding, they also need to be cared for when it comes to, like children staying in orphanages. Gone were the days. Now the instinct is to have the feel of the family. And this is one of the things that we should have the awareness. The awareness should be created that even when it comes to adoption of a family in number, the bonding supposed to be there because it is the international way of trying to see that you do not lose the bonding of the children, and the children should be more protected than ever. So thank you very much for the opportunity you have given us to participate, and we feel highly honored, and we are happy. In fact, the first time we entered, when we saw the photo sessions, we feel so very happy. We said, well, the people that are working for children, we have seen them to be very happy. And you cannot give anything but happiness to the child. And thank you for doing that. We need to be happy. And then we have seen the passion to do the work, and we join you in the passion because what we see in the family court is not something that we are happy with. That's why we give the others in order to protect the children. Thank you very much.
Please let's give her a resounding round of applause. Let's give her a resounding round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for honoring our invitation.
All right. At this point, I'd like to ask, how many of us agree that this event has been productive, has been fruitful? I'd like to know with a show of hands. I like that shout. All right. So also now with a shout, I would like to know how many of us want to see WAX 2026.
Great.
All right.
We're
Now,
all excited.
how many of us know that, still with a shout, that we have a role to play to ensure and push for WAX 2026? All right. So is it okay we take an action towards that? Is it okay we take an action towards that? All right. So kindly bring out your phone. There's no woo for that. Woo! All by myself. All right,
We
can you
want
bring out your
everyone's
phone?
phones out. If you have an Android phone, can we see your phone out, please? Thank you.
Visual team. So what we want to do is to push the social media handles of WAX. What that would do is to help us have digital platforms whereby we can push content that you can use, you can refer to, and you can also help someone to just, you know what, you can go to this site or go to this link to be able to get all of the information. So the first thing we're going to be doing, visuals, I'm waiting for you. The first thing we're going to be doing is Facebook. So right now, everyone go on your Facebook account or your Facebook page. Now, currently, before I came up, we had 92 people, and some of us seated have already joined, some of us seated haven't joined. So I need you to go on Facebook and do a search for West African Alternative Care Summit, or to make it easy for you, just go to WAC Summit, WAC Summit, WAAC Summit. Today's live stream, go there, like and share. Today's broadcast, go
Like
on
and
Facebook,
share today's
like
broadcast.
and share. Everyone, if your neighbor isn't bringing out his or her phone, just shout suspect. I'll call security people to move
And
the
we have
person.
judges in the
And we
house.
have judges, and I know that they would be on our side.
Thank you.
All right, so 30 seconds, we're going to go to another handle. 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Because I'm holding the mic, let's go back to 5 again. 3, 2, 1. All right, a round of applause for yourself.
Just give yourself
A round of applause. All right.
Thank you.
Phase 2, YouTube. YouTube. We are doing this together, guys. We're all doing this together, family. All right, this is YouTube. The same handle all through. WAAC Summit. Just search for it and subscribe. Just search, find us, and subscribe. On YouTube, we're doing YouTube now. After YouTube, we're going to Instagram. After YouTube, we're going to Instagram. After YouTube, so I give us 30 seconds. Who is that amazing looking lady I'm seeing there? My God. All right, let's go on. YouTube, the same handle, WAAC Summit. All right, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, 2, all right. Next phase, Instagram. Next phase, Instagram. After Instagram, we're going to LinkedIn. All right, next phase, Instagram. The handles are the same. All of the handles are the same.
West African Alternative Care Summit or WAAC Summit. WAC Summit.
All right, 20 seconds to do that. Thank you all. Thank you all for engaging. 10 more seconds for Instagram. 5 more seconds. I'm rushing us because there's few housekeeping and I want us to just jump into the crux for today. All right. After that, time up. Now, LinkedIn. We're going on to LinkedIn. Thank you so much, guys, for following. LinkedIn, the same handle, West African Alternative Care Summit at WAAC Summit. That's the handle just to make it easy for you. Just go ahead and follow us, all our platforms, Thank you all for complying with us. As you do that, for those who don't know, my name is Leko, and with me here is my co-host, the beautiful looking Yampan,
Darian.
aka Yoni. All right, so 5 more seconds. 3 more seconds. 2, 1. All right, we're good. A round of applause for yourself. Thank you so much for being awesome. Okay, people are still doing it. Okay, so just 2 seconds. 1 second. All right, time up. All right, very quickly, just to mention or remind us, just to repeat it again, The restroom, once you exit to your right, you see a door open at the extreme right. That's the restroom for the ladies. Then to the left, you will see a door open. That is the restroom for the male. Right, female, left, male. Right, the women are always right. All right, you're welcome. We're going to be having amazing about 4 panels today, right? 4 panels. Now, please, just to give you a head start, just so you know, we're going to be having 4 panels and 3 questions per panel, right? 3 questions for the crowd. So what that means is that at the end of panel 1, we'll be giving 3 different people the opportunity to ask their questions. So please note, we want us to go direct to the questions. Help us tweak, adjust the backstory, and just let your questions be straight to the point and direct. Thank you so much. Other information will be communicated to us as we proceed. Over to
All
you.
right, just to add that if you have questions during the panel, you can also email info@waxsummit.org.
All right, so info at Wax Summit, and I believe my guys, the team wants me to also just mention this. All the amazing pictures you've taken, this is the hashtag to use, and also do well to mention WASC in your post. Over to you.
Thank you. Moving forward, we'll be having a quick recap of yesterday so that everyone can follow us. Doing that for us will be the country director, Back-to-Back Ministries, Mr. Azubike Kalu. Can we give him a round of applause? He comes up stage. Assisting him will be the head of Alternative Care Unit, Elizabeth Mark. Please, a round of applause as they take the recap. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoni. Thank you, Lekong. Good morning again, everyone. I wouldn't ask because I'm sure you're having a blast. So you're welcome to day 2. We'd like to appreciate everyone who spoke yesterday. Thank you for pouring yourself out. We were so blessed by your messages. Thank you. Thank you for all who did who led breakout sessions. Thank you. Amazing feedback coming already. Thank you to all of our volunteers and representatives who took time to take notes, listen with their hearts, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Thank you for taking notes for amazing sessions we had yesterday. So they put together some beautiful messages for us today. Thank you, Elizabeth, for joining.
All right, thank you.
All right, so summary from yesterday. General concerns and purpose of this conference. Thousands of African children in alternative care settings are deprived emotionally, educationally, socially, dependent from their opportunities. Also, the primary goal of the transition children from institutional care into stable, nurturing environments. And then lastly, key focus areas including improving child welfare, sharing best practices, and developing actionable framework for reforming care systems.
And also, we had challenges in alternative care. We saw policy implementation remains a major barrier to effective alternative care. We also saw that some urban children, especially in Uganda, face challenges due to poverty, disability, and female genital health. We also saw that displacement, misplacement, and pouring to great processes complicate transition back to families.
Here are some insights from the key speakers yesterday. From Mr. David Adoke, who spoke on the topic, Reimagining Childcare in West Africa. Thank you for your experiences in Uganda that you shared with us. God bless you. He talked about children thrive best in family settings. I believe we all believe that now. Can you say yes?
Yes.
He also shared that in Uganda, 58% of the population is under 18, with a significant number living in orphanages. He also talked about advocacy for national child policy to support family-based care is ongoing. He also talked about child reform includes moving from residential homes to family-based settings.
And also, Dr. Ken Merrifield, the great mentor, spoke on mentoring for independence. And then we had that mentorship is crucial for helping children in care
deal with trauma and prepare for independence. Also, frequent home transitions disrupt children's emotional and social stability. Also, questions raised about addressing sexual risk, taking and abuse in care. Also, truth is fundamental in mentorship and a key driver of resilience and success.
Donovan was with him talking about understanding mentorship. He shared that mentoring is trusted. One-on-one relationship is aimed at healing and growth. He also talked about youth benefits through social capital, adult guidance, resilient building, prevention of negative behaviors. And lastly, he talked about effective mentoring requires long-term community effort and avoiding harmful practices.
And Julie Cooper spoke on trauma-informed practices. And she said, emotional healing is more important than just being nice. She shared a very touching and emotional story yesterday that got most of us, if not all, thinking and wondering. And I believe making the decision to do right. Instead of just giving care, that we're finding processes and ways to help children, become healed emotionally so that they can thrive wherever they find themselves. Also, she spoke on trauma described as an eternal wound affecting development if not addressed, right? She also spoke on calls to break cycles of abuse and neglect by addressing trauma directly. She also said, what does not get repaired gets repeated. Do you agree with me? That if we don't repair the trauma today, it is a circle. It continues. And so we must do something about it.
Yeah. Shara shared some exciting thoughts about strengthening families. She shared that children learn and thrive best within safe family environments. She talked about 4 pillars of strengthening families. They are connection, nurture, structure, care, and provision. She also shared that encourage asset-based approaches that focus on family strength.
And Mr. Ken from BEB, yesterday I was in a breakout room there, and he was explaining what BEB means. Sometimes we're wondering, what does this BEB mean? And in Africa, there are people who want to say babe, and they say babe. And it always sounded like that to me. But when he stood yesterday, he had 2 people, stand, a parent, a father here, a mother, and then a child in the middle. And he was saying the child is the point of concern, and then we want these 2 ends meeting right here to care for the child through technology, and that made sense yesterday. So he said that Article 20 of the UN Convention addresses care for children without family. He also said the need for data tracking in children's entry and that exist from care. Also promote free software to digitize child welfare records. An estimated 300 care transitions in Gambia and 500 in Nigeria.
Mr. Philemon Dassi Esquire, from his wealth of experience, talked about legal and policy frameworks. He shared that Nigeria's Child Rights Act 2023 provides a foundation for alternative care. Legal tools needed for successful family reintegration and transition planning. He shared that Plateau State is pushing for constitutional change including as fundamental. Looking forward to that. Also addressing about 17 plus are currently ongoing.
And then we also had cross-cutting themes. Children are society's asset. There will be a priority. We say in Africa that if there are no children, nation or society where there are children or youth, you just know that with time there will be no remain there. So it is very important that we all together, like the judge spoke, that children need with that. Also, hope, divine purpose, and in child welfare.
with that informal support system remain central to adolescent resilience in recovery.
Coming because it's action. Right? From yesterday, some of the call to action are these. Reform care systems to prioritize family-based care over institutionalization. I believe we all agree, and that's why we're here. To train and support mentors to guide children and independence. Strengthen families with holistic support system and asset-based approaches.
Use data and technology to monitor care and progress support decision. And then finally, enforce child protection laws and eliminate exploitative child care practices. The questions and taking very beautiful steps and place them in the right care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, can we give them the round of applause? Good. Also, before they take their seats, I just want to take this stage and celebrate our volunteers. They are doing an amazing work, and they've been taking notes, and we're going to have an amazing document at the end of this conference. Round of applause, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the next thing we're going to be doing, we're going to be showing a video to us now. Can I just have a signal at the back so I know we're still together? All right, we're going to be showing a video to us now, and it's going to be by David Noel. He's going to be speaking on aging out and the journey to adulthood. So kindly fix the gaze on.
All right, for those who do not understand what aging out means, it just means children who have aged out, 18 and above, who have aged out orphanages. Where do they next? What do we do with them? We have caregivers, people who live in orphanages, here with us, and they'll be part of some panels today. Please let's give them a round of applause.
Your team, over to you.
I am so to be with you is critically important. Paving a path to a bright and fulfilling future for children that our Savior deeply loves. At Hope Institute, every child deserves to and to have the opportunity to become successful members of their community. And that is what we are going to talk about today. Let me say a word about the Relationship Workshop and the Conference for Family-Based Solutions. Every child belongs in a family. That is a biblical model, and it's a point on which we can all agree. All also agree that we are not to that place yet. While we are building family capacity, sure care or prepare their whatever it may look like. Hope Institute is the phrase, be there between me that orphans can span the gap between and the future that we pray will come. So while we are not yet in that place where every child, make sure that these kids need the very best care possible. For what success means. We do a lot of, when we go to a new program, we always start with the question, what is success for you? Very rarely does anyone have an answer. Not mean they are not successful, but they have not done the hard work finding what success. Let me suggest to you that the starting point for any organization should be a success statement. There are a lot of reasons to have one, but the overarching is so that you can have it and you can really strive that goal. Far too often, programs get so caught up in the immediate, making sure kids get fed, filing the case work that a government, making sure that the kids are getting their homework. We forget that big picture. What I want to ask is to consider a success statement, is to ask yourself one question. What do we want our kids to look like at age 25? That's a whole lot different than what would happen next week. Having that bigger picture is going to shape. For example, if part of the answer is them to be financially stable, then you better make sure that you have some type of vocation built into your program. If it is, I want them to have strong families, you have to have modeling family built into everything that you do. So we call reverse engineering. That is, we look at where we want to end, talk about all the to get. I went through this exercise with an organization a few years, and one of their goals was to have stable employment for all of their graduates. So it's to start a few of them. What kind of employee make? He responded, I can get them morning. So we did a little digging. In their program, the house mom made sure everyone was awake at the same time. It was easy, as well as it was for the 6-year-olds. Kids did not know how to get out of bed on their own. So we had them design a program for the 6-year-olds. That means that mothers are going to come in, kiss them goodnight, put them into bed, and wake them the same way in the morning. For them, still tell them goodnight, but stop at the door in the morning, telling them it was time to get up. You have to get yourself in bed, but and here's what. But for the 17-year-olds, you get to say, but you have to stay to help with breakfast. And if you are not, then we're going to take that privilege of setting your own bedtime. And guess what? They began to see a change. Their kids became accustomed to having a program that prepared them for success. We're going to talk this morning for 5 goals that should not just be for your program, but for every child that comes through your program. We want them to navigate personal relationships. Second, we want them to have the ability to regulate stress. They need to be able to support themselves financially, them to be able to secure a stable, and finally, and this is important for so many, we want them to raise children in a stable family. What we're going to do now for a few minutes is talk about the steps that we take children for independence. Let's talk about 4 areas that are critically important. Therapeutic environment on your campus. It's got to be a place where kids heal. Second, you do a really good job envision their future for them to build the life skills they need to successfully navigate. And finally, you've got to do the things that are going as they transition away from living in a very dependently and on their own. Where do we start a transition program? How should our kids be before they move in? I get that question a lot. The lines of, you're already too late. Over the next few minutes, we're going to talk about building a program, children first enter your program. They need to be prepared from the time they arrive. Just as baby learn to take baby steps, looking forward to that time when they may run as a teenager and walk on their own when they're adults, so do you have to build support towards living independently out their lives. Layout. First, let's talk about a therapeutic environment that you can do when your kids are on campus, is help them to build relationships. One of the real issues for children in out-of-home care is experience great turnover in caregivers. Studies have found that children in out-of care may experience 50 caregivers in their first 5 years of life. I want you to hear that again. Studies say that kids in adults experience as many as 50 caregivers in their first few years of life. Guess what? Kids have trouble learning to trust, to relate, to form bonds. We see an almost constant stress response in children that are seeing this turnover. The care have already experienced serial abandonment. That is, it's happened to them over again. But what happens to them can perpetuate them. So what do we do is to make your center a place continue to feel rejection or loss of relationships or how your program operates, especially. One arrangement that we often see in residential program is that there's a chief administrator, the founder, mom or the dad for children in the care. And the actual carers are essentially surrogates for this sometimes present parent. Think about how this might care. Such an arrangement impedes the development of familial relationships with primary caregivers and does not allow children to see how a working. Another factor, many, perhaps most, residential programs promote, progress, or graduate children through a series of home settings based measurably easier than caregivers. They allow consistency of rules within the home. Same bedtimes, same chores, same privileges, same responsibilities. Programs can have a specialist, if you will, primary caregivers especially well with, for example, preschoolers or young adolescents. While this works great for the program and caregivers, maybe it's not so good for the children in care. Perhaps the most important thing that can happen to a child in care is to know that the primary caregiver with whom they form an initial bond is going to be there for them today, tomorrow, and throughout their childhood and adolescence. This is someone that knows them and understands what triggers stress responses, that knows how to manage those outbursts that comes from dysregulation. Ranking a close section is the constancy of relationship within the family, however it is constructed. Here are 3 ideas that you may take that can help make sure your children experience constancy in their relationships. 1, let children stay in the same home throughout their time in care. Don't age progress them. Let their home be their home. 2, empower the mom, the caregiver, whatever title you use, truly to be family for them. Make that house parent the primary adult in the child's life. Let them make discipline choices. Let them be the child's advocate at education. Let them be there for a child's success on failure, on a football field, out of school play, or in the choir program. Make that relationship primary. And finally, intentionally encourage the building of lasting relationships even beyond the primary caregiver. Relationship shows that children that most likely to thrive when they have multiple role models and multiple deep relationships in their lives. While it's important to have the primary, don't overlook having other people in their lives. Adults, other children, people they come in contact with as an important part of their and reliable. Second, another thing that we want to do is empower personal narrative. There are so many things that you can do that lets a child know that their story belongs to them. One of the challenges in care is they don't believe that their future or even their present belongs to them. Their story gets told to visitors in front of them. Their pictures on a fundraising appeal. They have no choice what they get to do in their free time. Think intentionally about how you can help a child build their own narrative. Don't share personal information about them without their permission. That's why decision making. Find ways to help them talk about what their plans for their future are. Things will help them to heal from the traumas they've experienced and give them a sense that they are worth. Lots of ways we can do is set expectations. A few years ago, I visited on a campus that had a wonderful transition program. They had a house for the boys and a house for girls. It was off really great ideas of how to move their kids to independence. I sat down with 8 of the boys one afternoon and I said, tell me about what you want to be when you leave here. 5 of them said that they wanted to be professional football players. One of them said he wanted to be a doctor. One of them said he wanted to be an engineer. And the last said, well, he just wanted to be a plumber. Guess what? None of those boys had even played on a club soccer team. They were not going to be professional football players. The young man that wanted to be a doctor, he wasn't going to get into school. And that engineer had never passed a math class in his life. Those weren't know anything about going and getting a checkbook, debit card, much less to know how to responsibly use that debit card. So you got to teach them and help them understand in their toolbox, these are the systems that you are going to be facing when you're at the world outside the dates of your program looks like. Second thing they have to do is they have to become comfortable in asking for help. A part of this has been that they have learned that failure is an option and that recovering from failure is important, but sometimes they have to turn beyond themselves. There needs to be somebody on your campus, somebody they trust, somebody that they have a relationship with, turn to and say, I'm really struggling. I can't make my home payment. I don't know how to get the electricity turned on for my apartment. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to look for a job. They need to be comfortable asking for help. And there has to be somebody there that is going to guide them through the process. When they get out in those systems and they don't know where to turn, guide them through the process of finding healthy and workable solutions. Then we come to that point. You've done the hard work, you prepared them to leave, and now they are going to leave your care. What are the critical things that they have to make sure they can take care of? Let me name 3 of them, and these are at a bare minimal. There are many more that you would probably name. First of all, they need safe housing. That doesn't mean that they're going to go out and buy a house, but it also doesn't mean that they should be comfortable living on the street. What you need to be able to do is to identify the kind of housing that is suitable for children in your community coming from a background that they're going to be working class and that they are going to be charting their future forward. Identify that kind of housing, help your students understand what it's going to take to pay for that, and help them understand what they're going to need to be able to invest their salary, whatever they're getting, but to be able to secure that kind of housing. Second thing is they need financial security. This is a really hard one, especially when we're talking about context where there is little or no employment. One of the things that is critical for you in the time that the child is in your care is that you've helped them develop a marketable skill. Now, some places say, we want every child that we have in our care to go to university. Maybe you do, but maybe that's not the only option, and maybe that's not even the best option. We talked to one organization one time that was their goal, and that was what they were trying to do, and by and large, they were accomplishing it. And then we went and talked to a pastor in the community, and he said, we don't need more college graduates. He said, I have my pews are full of people with college degrees. He said, what I need, what our community needs, we need plumbers. And so again, they shifted away from that, making sure this was the path everybody was going to follow. And they found a way that their students could find jobs that were going to pay them enough that they could live on. And then finally, and this is really, really important, they need to learn how to build community connections. I hope you've been working on this the entire time they've been in your care, introducing them to the business community, letting them get to know local civic groups and civic clubs, letting them understand how their civic community works. And then when they leave, let them have people in their lives that are not just on your campus. Have introduced them to mentors, to businessmen, to other people in the community that they can have relationships with. And then what ends up happening is they're no longer dependent upon you. You are not the only voice in their lives, and they can move forward to having really good, healthy, and happy lives. I really appreciate you. And I am so grateful that you have been called to do this work with the kids that are in your care. I hope what we've talked about has been helpful today, and I look forward to being back with you tomorrow to answer whatever questions that you might.
All right, we had to calm down because we're getting into serious business. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for good attention. Thank you. That was David Noel, the Executive Director for Hope Inc. Another round of applause. He couldn't join us, so he sent in a video. Moving on, we're going to start the panel sessions and then come back later to talk. We're going to start panel 1. Sustainable family-based alternatives, and moderating that session will be the staff that at back-to-back, Matt Cooper. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he goes up stage. A round of applause as he goes up stage.
All right. We'll also be having Prince Charles Chairman Board of Trustees, KUAV, is also going to be sitting in on this panel. Round of applause for him.
Also serving as a panelist is Alex Destiny Newan, the founder and executive director of Hope in Action Library. Please, a round of applause as he goes up stage.
On this panel is Miracle Damanka, forgive me if I didn't get that correctly, Partnership for Family Strengthening. A round of applause, a round of applause.
Joining that panel is Sapa Yahaya. He's the head of operations at Village of Hope, Ghana, and he's also a care leaver. Please, a round of applause as he goes up stage.
It's noteworthy to mention that Miracle Damanka is one of those who came in from Ghana to be part of this event. So one more time, let's put hands together for her.
Joining this panel is also the country of a Child's Eye Foundation, Uganda, Date Adoke. A round of applause as he goes up stage.
Good morning. All right, are we excited for our first panel? Look at these experts that we have up here with us. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to begin with a couple of questions, and then I believe that some of our ushers are going to help to look for 3 very anointed people in the audience to have some questions toward the end, okay? I would like to invite, maybe to avoid everyone answering the same question unless you feel like you have something a little different to add. Does that make sense? All right. Awesome. Well, let's get started. So the first question that I have, and whoever wants to answer first, please. And you don't all 4 have to answer. How do traditional family and case structures in West Africa either support or challenge child welfare efforts? I'll say it again. How do traditional family and community structures in West Africa support or challenge your child welfare efforts? Who would like to kick us off? We'll give you a moment.
All right. Thank you so much. I must confess that in West Africa, we have quite a wide variety of cultures.
Feel free to answer for your region.
Yeah, even in a specific country, districts within the country, there are different cultures represented. And some of the practices are helpful. Like there's a lot of extended family system that foster and help child welfare. There's a lot of social connection. There's a lot of authority, local authority leadership, not as in government, but the chieftaincy system, they help. Yes. And then those other
for. So you have and you have them, their ideologies, mind. We tend to be very religious. So find everybody trying to lean on some extra power and do some extra things to get them feeling in control of affairs. And those can drive them into certain areas that are not so supportive of the welfare system.
Thanks. Who else? I'll speak from Uganda's context. So in Uganda and in most of our rural areas, we still have some strong practices that promote family. Usually when, like, my brother passes, I'm the one to step in and actually take care of his children. So that is something that is also still very strong and promotes children growing up in families. Grandmothers is also another thing. We have very many grandmothers who are actually looking after their grandchildren. Maybe because the parents passed away, they've been orphaned, so the grandmothers actually take them up. That is something that is still very strong and actually just re-echoes that children can actually stay in the families. We now try to support these structures by strengthening them, most especially the grandmothers, through peer support, you know, and we also just want to learn from the community about some of the practices that they have to be able to reinforce and actually strengthen them so that we do not introduce anything new that is parallel to what they've been practicing, and so that we can just ensure that we build on what is already there. Thank you. Anyone else want to add to that?
So that alone becomes a barrier for us to be able to penetrate at the younger generation. What happens is that we are talking about a lot to understand them, so at the understand basically the wireless.
And should I go on to the next question? All right, what are the most significant challenges that caregivers face when reintegrating children into family or community settings? And again, I realize the answer may be different in your regions, but what are the significant challenges that you face when reintegrating children?
So I would want to take that. So I think the major challenges we face. So I'm from Village of Hope. Village of Hope is in Ghana. One of the challenges we face is how the family is going to accept the child who has been with the institution over the past years. The child has been, and the kind of life we have given the child makes the child a little different from the children in the community where he or she is going into. So how does this child go and socialize with these people who he or she has become, excuse me to say, better off? And if we are to provide resources for this community or the family that the child is going back into, what is the assurance that the resources being provided to the family would be used for the care of the child? So the support system may be there, but you are questioning yourself. Will the support being given to this family be used for the child who is being given back to the family? So I think that's one of the major issues we face in giving children back.
And that comes along with a lot of issues around family strengthening. So basically about 70% of the children entering the orphanages or the institutional care system is because of poverty. Unfortunately for us, the economies are not getting to the point where the gap is being breached. It's widening. So we actually have to take away the notion that poverty is enough of a reason to put a child in care. We need to stop. Otherwise, 70% of our entire countries would be in orphanages. But if that is taken away, then the family must be strengthened, not according to the person in charge of the reintegration. So, for example, I was sharing with my team that I am from the capital of Ghana, and when I traveled to my first station, I started Partnership for Family Strengthening. When we did the mapping and assessed the children, in fact, I declared all of them as vulnerable because they were living in houses that don't have windows, don't have doors, mud huts. And according to my standard, they don't fit, they need help. But according to their standard, they are normal. So you pick them from there, you bring them here, you work on them, change their character, do everything, provide them with wonderful accommodation, and then when they are 18, 20, you want them back in the mud hut. So they can't fit. So a lot of them face that challenge when they are reintegrating. They feel the child is not able to thrive in that community, even the social doing the process things, and they have very high expectations when you want to do family strengthening. When you talk about income generating activity, they are quoting huge amounts. They want $1 billion this and a mountain for that, and yet they are not at that level. We need to begin to bring them, I like the strength-based approach we are talking about. We need to bring them to the point where they can come at it from their level, and then they can thrive in their city. And we need to begin to empower the families. Then it would make it easier for the integration to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add a bit on what you've talked about. The experiences that we've had, we've seen a child has grown up in an institution maybe 10 years. From my experience, sometimes they will actually spend 20 years in an institution. So when you take them back, first of all, they are no longer labeled as part of, they are labeled as a child of the institution. And we've seen this with even their biological parents. When something happens, they will actually call the social worker and say, your child has done this. So immediately that is already rejection. Again, our child has gone through trauma, rejection from being abandoned, then being placed in the institution. When you're taking them back, they are also rejected. They refer to them as your child. So that's something we have to work towards as well with the parents to ensure and remind them these are your children. So bonding is something that is very important.
Okay, so the reason why I started working at about 8 years ago was because over a decade we've been providing large-scale education for orphans and vulnerable children, doing large-scale. I mean, it camps are running up to 14 days, 21 days. With about 64 plus orphanages, children are coming from those orphanages from age 14 to 25. And I discovered that when the children reach the age of 18, those set of children, they should transition, they should age out. But they are not aging out. So I started to ask myself questions and investigate, and I discovered, and I termed this as the missing link. Reintegration or reunification cannot be successful when we ignore the parents' strengthening or parents' preservation. Because the children that are in the orphanages, those children in orphanages, besides being indigenous orphans, losing both parents or one or two parents, those children have parents who are around the community or the orphanages. For some social reasons, So these children, based on policy, they have to be returned to their families, but the families are not receiving them. So since we discovered that, we thought that it would be important to engage the caregivers in the orphanages and the would-be parents of these children, so that when these children age out, the parents are already ready. They know the children. They know what the children are going through, and they themselves, they are ready to receive them. So I think the task we have is to not just focus on the children too much and leave the parents out. And that's why with the CTAA, I love what we are learning there. We want to make sure before we do the transition, we want to engage the parents so as to be able to prepare for these children, or else it's going to be a vicious cycle. After 10 years, 25 years, these children are going right back into the street or into unwholesome practices. So I think that's my take on that. Yeah.
And please, if I can add to, so another message is character building. So children, especially because these are communities, children displaying unacceptable behavior are already at risk. We as carers, I mean, through all the education and stuff, understand that we should be considering the trauma biases and so forth. But the receiving communities are not exactly so trauma aware. They are not. If you don't work, as you work on the transitioning process, if you don't work on the child's character, you know, I know a lot of other countries work on character building as part of the education, but I don't know about Nigeria, but in Ghana, it's missing. We are now trying to put it in, but to teach a child honesty. You don't just wait to expect a child to be honest. But if a vulnerable child, I'm doing you a favor, that's what they think. Doing you a favor, I'm taking you into my house. And you come, first day, my things are getting missing. Second day, things are getting missing. Say, I get tired, and then they give them up. Some start beating and abusing them like they would their own children. Tell you, I'm disciplining them. So the child is already traumatized, and then the child is now at risk because of these behaviors. So we also need to invest into the character development so that they can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. So you just started touching on this a little bit, but how can we be building in your regions, how can we be building capacity of local families and foster parents to provide safe, nurturing environments for children?
Let me just use myself as an example. Before I started to engage parents, I kind of started to work on myself. I'm very good at dealing with young people, with youth, but standing in front of parents and caregivers and providing training, I realized I need to work on myself. So one of the things I started to do was to make sure every training I have to do with trauma-informed care, every training I have to do with TBRR, like connection, empowerment, and connecting principles, I went through those basics training. And one of the things I see that many parents need to focus on is how we can experience healing ourselves and how we can experience recovery ourselves, because we have our own issues. I have seen parents telling children, don't lie, and the parent lie. Don't steal, and the parent steal. Don't drink, and the parent is drunk. And so sometimes when we go into context, you want to be able to understand who am I as a parent before you can be able to engage the children. Because it's part of the psychology. All these children are different. Their behavior patterns are different, but we as parents, when we can learn these things, it will help us. So we engage caregivers and parents to help them understand you need to go for this kind of a training. You need to understand it is not the white thing. It is not the white man thing. I know what I'm saying. And if you are getting me, say, yeah, it is a thing. By the grace of God, I have lived with Czechoslovakian, a German, an Australian family, and I see my primary caregivers being different from my secondary caregivers. But they are all parents. So there are things that we need to adapt. I agree, there are norms. But there are things we need to adapt to bring in our culture that will help us. So in order to help and caregivers prepared, I think we need to start to work on ourselves and be intentional in what we do. Thank you. You are parents, right?
Okay. I'm a parent. I'll tell you the truth. In our side of the world, nobody tells you that when you're falling in love, you should start taking parenting lessons. So you fall in love, you do marriage counseling in the church, everybody pushes you into it. Are you flow? Don't do, you're in your gown, everything. Then first baby comes, second baby. And you start making all the mistakes before you even think of asking for help. Many times we parent the way we were parented. And some of the parenting mistakes we make are actually trying to pay our parents back for things we didn't get and things we wish, you know. So we need to, and it's actually a major thing for us because I know a lot of the documentations don't show that when you are doing family strengthening, you are actually saving us from having more orphaned and vulnerable children to deal with. But the truth of the matter is, if we do that, that's the best gatekeeping we can do. If we can start engaging young families, if we can start engaging people at the antenatal health care centers, if we can start church pastors, training them on counseling, starting counseling desks, etc., then they can have the parenting skills they need so that they don't make the mistakes. It's not just about the marriage. It's also about the children that will come out of it. Thank you.
So just a little in addition to what Miracle just said. So I think community outreach is very important in this. We need to train the parents on parenting. As I said, most of them don't really understand the parenting. We have parents who just wake up, they don't do anything for the children, they just get up, they are going to work, they come back. There is no connection, there is no bond between the children and the parents. So at a point in time, you see there's no bond, there's no connection between them. So it's important that we engage in community outreaches, which help us to educate parents on how they can effectively parent their children so that they become very useful there. Yes, and networking, helping them to also support is very important that we empower the children who come into the orphanage homes. With Village of Hope, we are very much concerned about instilling values in the children who are with us. So we have compassion, we have selflessness, integrity, and loyalty. These are the 4 values we always try to ensure it's instilled in the children, so that by the time they leave, they would go and also become change agents in their society. So even if their parents are a bit not compromising, they could, as agents of change, help to change them because we have instilled in them with evening devotions, and we make sure that they become God-fearing. So this is what I would add to it.
In addition to what my colleagues have said, I just wanted to emphasize support. You know, everyone needs support sometimes. So from our experience, what we do is, apart from the capacity building, the training on parenting, we have a national parenting manual, actually, that we use to train parents in the community. The foster carers are also trained by government before they are actually approved as foster carers. Then the other piece is creation of peer support groups. You know, bringing parents together to be able to meet and discuss some of the challenges that they may go through as parents. I think that is a powerful tool where they are able to share, able to learn from others who are more experienced than them, and this could be periodic. So the model we use is ensuring we get parents within a local community so that it does not become something expensive. You're traveling to another place to actually meet with other people. Get the people from your community, sit down, have those discussions, share on how you can be able to support each other.
Thank you. Are my ushers working on 3 people with questions? All right. I'm going to ask one more question and just answer it maybe in 30 seconds or so. Have you had the question before? If you were king for a day or queen for a day, okay? So if you were in charge for one day, what one policy or practice would you change immediately to improve family-based care in your area?
The first thing I'm going to do is the budget allotment for social welfare.
The budget.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the employment policy, the recruitment. It's going to be by passion and commitment. It's not a job thing.
So I would also work on the political will of the Department of Social Welfare.
And in addition to what they've all said, I will do all those things.
No, I said one thing.
So the thing I would like to see is just commitment of opening new orphanages and work with the existing ones to transition children back into families.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I know this is the first panel of several today, but I think that they're setting the bar really high, right? These guys are great. Okay, thank you. All right, where are my questions from the audience? Has someone been selected? Who's ready? Ushers? I don't know if I'm to go with the hand up. Can I choose? Oh, sure.
All right. So quickly, if you've got a question, just raise your hands. We can only accommodate 3 short questions. Keyword, short questions. 1, that's number 1. Ushers, take note. We want to take all the numbers before we continue. Going. 1, 2, final, 3. Thank you very much. Number 1, start.
Yes, thank you very much. In the situation where the child doesn't have a mother, neither a father, and the child is aging out, how do you manage that situation?
Okay, so I was glad to be of the first orphanage to transition, actually deinstitutionalize, send all the children out gradually and then close down in Ghana. And our process for 85% of the children, they had at least one parent alive, and the challenge was poverty. So we started income generating activities, social welfare officers were supporting, educational support, everything until the family got stable and they themselves told us that they were okay and they were ready to handle the children. And so for that first set, they went. The older ones, 16, 18, when there are siblings who are more mature, they can be supported to live independently within a community. So a sibling group of 4, 5, 3, and one is old enough, we can support them to start something, and then have community members who give oversight and support, and then social workers, our social workers assigned to them who do weekly, bi-weekly, or whatever visits, depending on the case. If it is a special needs person, if it's a person with special needs, then we did more like foster care. You can have informal foster care. You can have formal foster care. Informal would be you don't go through all the government processes the way the structured formal foster care is, and then the child is not placed by government. Then we have kinship care. So another person, a fifth person within the extended birth family of the child. That one too is an option. No mother, no father, but you could do that. You could also explore adoption. You can also explore independent living. When they are old enough and they themselves can handle it, you can actually explore that. Yes. And then there were times when we did small group homes. So we employ one mother. She's got 2 or 3 children. We get a community in there. There were some of the mothers who ended up adopting the children because they had bonded so much. And that's the kind of, those alternatives are.
You want to add something?
Yeah, very quickly. So I am a caregiver, and I really relate with the question you've asked. I went to the home when I was about 7 years old. I had lost my mother. My dad was blind, so technically I was a total orphan. And I was in the home. I had my elementary education, had senior high, finished college. Then I was back to the home. So the last point she mentioned, which is the supported independent living, was what I went through. So the home helped with getting a place for me to stay, then supporting me in whatever way that I could before I became independent on myself. And the home itself employed me, and I'm currently working there. So such things exist. Such things exist. There's what we call the supported independent living, where the home can support you based on the circumstances that you find yourself in.
Okay, we're going to go on to question 2. It's here.
Okay. Good afternoon. The last speaker almost answered my question, but I have such a child in my facility. I'm also a caregiver. Most of us that are stayed here, particularly my state, Benue State in Nigeria here, we bend over backwards to take care of those children, let alone thinking of how aging out, how are we going to handle the aging out situation. I have almost 10 of them to the age of going out, trying to unite them with their families and whatever. I have one particular child, a girl, that resists adoption. She refused to even fostering. She's writing her final exams this year, and she don't want to stay in the facility. So, go anywhere. Trying to, if we want to prepare them, where are the resources? How can we access funds to take care of them, or about maybe housing, financing, so that they will become independent? It's our problem. Okay. It's my problem. And I believe it's our problem. Thank you.
Can I ask for just one response?
Sorry.
Awesome.
Or any of the caregiver, could it be possible that you cannot take in this child as a foster child? Because the essence of us living and going out by force, by compulsion by the government based on the policy, it will actually harm her. So if you could, like we are doing back home, we are training the caregivers. Some of the children are bonded with them for 10, 15 years. So she don't need to go out of the system, but in the transition towards independent living, she's directly living with you and she's your daughter. That could be another path to take.
Thank you. All right.
All
Brett,
right.
are we
One
go?
minute. One
Go.
minute. So sorry, we'll have to interrupt, and the panel will continue. We'll take the last question. Unfortunately, Alex has to leave. It's time for him to take his cab. So we'll take this moment to just acknowledge Alex and Mrs. Carol Oyade because they'll be going to the airport. Please stand up so that we can acknowledge you. Please give them a round of applause. They'll be leaving us. Thank you so much for your participation. Please celebrate them. Let's give them a big round of applause as they take their leave. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please, anyone can come help Alex with his bag so he can go out there. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he exits. Thank you.
Okay, and our final question, I'm going to remind you, please brief question, all right? And then if there's just one or two brief answers, we need to wrap up here in a moment. Question 3.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, my question is in the angle of the law enforcement. Sometimes we rescue these children and we render them to the caregivers. When we are done with the case on ground, when we go back to get these children, they said they are not going. It becomes a big issue. In this angle, what are we expected to do? Thank you, sir.
Do you want him to repeat the question? Okay, please can you?
Sorry, sir, could you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. My question is, I am coming from the angle of the law enforcement. When we rescue some of these children and we hand them over to caregivers to keep them so that they can be able to nurture them and give them the best out of life. In the course of the case has been completed, and we go back to get back the child. It's usually a big problem because the children will say they don't want to go back. At that point, what are we expected to do?
It's a good question. I think the answer is in David Noel's presentation. Right from the time we are bringing the children into care, we need to plan the transitioning and we need to help them understand, build their expectation, prepare towards that. So by the time they need to go, they know what's happening, they've settled it, they are ready. If we don't do that, we must understand they have been traumatized and they are looking for bonding. So once they find some bonding, some stability, they don't want to lose that again.
One last response?
Yes, I would also want to say, you shouldn't let the children be completely detached from the family. So at Village of Hope, what we do is that when the children are on vacation from school, they are expected to go home. So they go home, they see what is there, they know who is my uncle, who is my aunt, who is this. So by the time you are supposed to reunite them, the home is not a new place to them. So let's try to input or inculcate that into our practices. The children shouldn't be totally detached from the family. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you thank our panelists?
All right. Can we celebrate the panelists as they take the time off the stage? Celebrate them, celebrate them. Okay, just in case you're wondering, the people who spoke just on this panel, we have David, we have Sapa, we have Alex Destiny, and we have the phenomenal moderator in the person of Matt Cooper. Please, can you celebrate him as well? Before we go on, you've been sitting for a moment. Can I please crave your indulgence that you stand up a bit, stand up a bit, stand up a bit, stand, 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 just for your own good, for your own health. Just stand up, stretch, go slam a high five with someone. That's simple. Just go do that quickly. Walk out of your seat, slam a high five with someone. If you want to go from the front to the back, slam a high five, slam, 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 slam. If you did with one, you can do with another. Go do, increase your count. We will give a high and award for the person who gave the highest slams today. Award for the highest slams. If your count is under 3, you are not going to get the award. You're not going to get the award. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. All right, now you may now come to your seat. Thank you, thank you. You get the award, man. All right, let's settle in. We just needed something reflective and in our reflex to help us. All right, let's sit down. Come back to your seat, come back to your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so for us to ride on, we have a lot on the plate today that we have to deliver on. I'd like to ask us to welcome our amiable and delectable compared in the person of Olamilekan and Yoni Yonpan. Please celebrate them as they come back and they reach us ahead. No, you didn't celebrate them properly. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, thank you. That's better.
Thanks so much, Coach B. Moving on, we'll be going to the second panel. Are you excited, people? Can we see you put your hands together? So our second panel will be is no Global Director, Kingdom Kids Club, Vice President, Northern Nigeria Asaman, and the convener of WAC 2025. Give it up for Sandra Chikan. Let's celebrate as she comes up stage.
All right. Reverend, can we put our hands together for him? We can give it our going to do with us shortly, the next person.
All right, also joining us in this session is the country director, back-to-back Nigeria, Mr. Azubike Kalu. Let's give it up for Azubike.
Loving the energy. Next, now the coming up on stage is Donovan Kaba. He's going to be part of this panel. Can we hear him?
All right, building system is the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Plateau State, in the person of Mrs. Felicity Grumia. Let's give her a round.
Coming up next is Grace Solomon, the ex-director, K. Put our hands together for her. She's also the North Central Zonal Coordinator for our so on.
And most importantly, on this panel is also the president of the Association of Orphanages and Homes Operators in the person of Reverend Gabriel.
Wow. I think that first panel was phenomenal. Thank you. Thank you, Miracle. Thank you, David. Thank you, Sapa. Thank you so much. Welcome. We're glad to have you. This particular session is focused on building systems for long-term impact. And so because we're here talking about alternative care, I think we have the right set of people here. We have government representatives. While I was coming up, I think I'll start with that question. The question is, and I would direct the national president, and the person says, why must father or of family or for more than 3 years? Yes, sir.
I am so very glad to be with you today. The work that you do is critically important. You are literally
the police were not translated, and those things are number one to the voting factor. How they get weapons. It is not in the benefit of money that will keep them, but when you cannot hold them, we are just holding them, we are under their order to have them. And until they dispatch order, releasing them out, we cannot do anything. And when people come and see them there, they police. Nobody can predict of program proceedings trying to dispatch others. Nobody, none of us in the whole can do anything than to wait and be waiting for the ministry, the police, and the court order releasing those children. In that process, it could be very, very long. And before you know, those children enter what we call demand age bracket. There's age demand rigidity by adopters. They want a particular age grade. And at the time events going on, before they know, most of the children have aged out of that bracket. And the older they are out of the bracket, the more they continue they be in the home. The predisposing factor. The precipitating factor, what gives power to it, are the conditions of the home. We have some mom, in fact, who believe in numbers, and they want to keep numbers because when donors come and a tipper load of a vehicle load of rice, bags of rice, and they ask how many times you have to say one, they close their books and they go back home. And it's also a precipitating factor that government supports, where homes in Nigeria depend largely on donors. No governmental fund for anything. The education, the health care, everything is on the children, on the home managers. And they have to struggle here and there. So we have to be celebrating donors as things. And when they come, we give them all attention. Now, when they now know that donors want numbers, they want to keep numbers.
because without them, the home cannot operate. Then the perpetuating factor is the attitude of the children themselves. Some don't want to leave. When you rescue them and they are assigned to the home, the situation where they left, the condition of the home where they left, the economy of the home where they left is so bad that they are seeing the home as a new land for them. There they have three meals on the top. There they have relationship with other colleagues. There they enjoy all the benefits of relationship. So they want to stay amongst their friends. I took a child after 9 years in the home when they could not complete the investigation. One day, the boy just remembered, they went on caution, and I called this boy. Why are you feeling unhappy? He said, I want to see my family. I said, fine. Can you remember police cannot trace them? He said when they went on excursion sometimes, they passed through one bridge and could take notice of that and went there. When we track and track, eventually we got to the house. No window, no door. Everything looked like, I can't describe what I saw there. Even parents there are all gone except the grandmother. And after celebrating the meeting of this boy who they thought has died, a large-scale celebration, they said, look, if you put this boy here, the next day he will run out again. Can you see there's no window here? So please go back with him. We'll be coming to visit him there. Please, they are begging, just go. See now, where will he stay? No food, no window. So poverty is a pervasive factor, poverty level, and lack of economic strengthening. Families are not strengthened in our economy across ECOWAS country. We need a unified, harmonized legal framework across ECOWAS, strengthening families, and so as to reduce the position to children staying too long in orphanages. We need to find a way of having the ministry, the judiciary, the family court, the police, their investigation processes so that those children can live on time. It's not all about us. But when these things are delayed, you have no power over them. Thank you.
Wow. Very insightful. Thank you very much for that response. While you were talking, I know that you mentioned government and you mentioned the judiciary. And I'm aware that there's a time frame for children to be in care in the child rights law. So I think in a little bit, maybe we'll hear from the judiciary. But then for those on the panel, I know the director of child is here. Based on the question that we asked, can you speak to this too? Because you're the duty bearers, and I know that you have the sole responsibility of ensuring that children are in care, and then just to monitor and to provide the work of these orphanages. So what would you say as regards the length of time that children stay there? Whatever reason for their coming into the home, what influences or impacts the number of years they stay in there?
Thank you very much. Sometimes the children stay longer than the home. Where the child was found, and you have to follow processes. It's not just sending the child out for an alternative care, but you have to be sure where the child is going to. This is a child that doesn't have a parent. You cannot take him to an environment where he will not be nurtured very well. He needs care. He needs to be psychologically worked upon so that before you give him out, he has to understand that yes, if it is a baby, you have to be sure the person that is the new person that is going to take care of the child. So sometimes the processes and the bureaucratic processes involved delay the releasing of the child because you don't sometimes then the child is brought back to you or the child wants to come back. So you have to be sure of where it's going to. That's why you have to work on the psychological process of the child, the people that are adopting him, are they ready to take care of him or they just want him because they know that he doesn't have parents? They should be willing to accept him as their own and also be ready to keep him. So these are some of the processes and the bottlenecks that normally make children stay long in the home.
Thank you so much. We do have another home operator, Madam Grace. Would you like to say something on this matter before we go to the next question?
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. I know that one of the things too that adds to this is when people come to the orphanage, some of them want to come to adopt, but when they ask for the kind of age, they will tell you they want an infant, they will tell you they want a year old, and some people will even come and tell you that they have told their people that they are pregnant. So they need infants to present to say this is the child they have given birth to. And when we look at our database, we will see that we don't even have what they are looking for. So most times, like maybe I would say like over a decade ago, we've not really had indigents. So I'm talking for my state now. We've not really had indigents so much to come to say they want to adopt. It's recently, over like 5, 6, 7 years, that we are beginning to have more people. We have more people coming from outside. So when we have children who are up for adoption, probably between the ages of 1, 2, 3, that's the question, right? Between those ages, you find out that the indigents are not coming for these children. And before you know it, the child is 1 year old gone, 2 years, 3 years, it's 4 years, it's 5 years. So sometimes why children stay for a longer period in orphanages is because we don't really have, because that is what the law is stating, that you have to adopt in the state where you're operating. That is the only place, that is the only, or an indigent who is from Plateau, for example, and you're maybe staying somewhere else, you're the one who we should give the children to. So when you don't really come for those children keep staying with us. And then most times when we're even trying to probably do reunification, you find out that the relatives of this family will tell you that they also have their own families that they are taking care of and they don't have space for their own brother's children or sister's children. So these are some of the reasons why some children stay longer in orphanages. And then also the processes of going through the formalization of these processes. Sometimes these parents don't understand. They just think when they just come right now, they will give them the children right now. There are a lot of things that have to do when it comes to adoption. You have to do inspections. You have to make sure that these families you're giving these children to are families of integrity, that they are families you can trust. You have to bring an attestation from their pastor, family friend or so. But some families will tell you that they don't even want anybody to know that they want to adopt. So there's no document to say, okay, even if something happens, you can live up to this person. So while we are ready to even give out these children for adoption, the parents are not bringing the right documents for documentation or for these processes to happen. So that is why some children stay for long enough. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. We will still get some clarity from the judiciary in a bit. I'm really interested in hearing that because there are laws and legal systems that guide these processes. And so I'd like to just focus on Azubuike and Donovan for a few minutes. And we're talking about children who stay in care for an extended period. Prior to this time, the panelists that were there before talked about aging out, and we're just going to stay on that. Because if you have children staying 6 years, 10 years, and you're asking about their next step, right now we're looking at how do we build those systems that will ensure that they transition successfully. But for Donovan, I think the question would be, how can we build aftercare systems that continue to support young adults after they age out of the organization? Your organization has done some good work, so we'd love to hear from you. So that's the question. How do we ensure that we build robust aftercare systems that support these children outside of orphanages?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think just the presentation earlier that David shared, he certainly shared a lot of the things that we want to, as OR, start working towards to implement so that and so I think that's certainly one thing that you can work on again, and it certainly helps in multiple areas with social capital, building social capital, so that they've got able to just have the connections they need to move forward in life and to thrive. I think the other big thing is and if we help connect these young people to churches, God's really provided the church to really help kids thrive. And so I think we certainly better not overlook.
Thank you. So I think that the presentation, I think they community connection, which is what you're talking about. Religious institutions, whether you're Christian or Muslim, their churches and their community institutions and gatherings and systems where these children can be properly plugged in and receive the care that we need afterwards. Thank you for that. Azubuike, can we hear?
Yeah, thank you. I did one thing. One of the things back to back is to create such structure that can support them when they're home. Even is the idea that is when they're out of, it's not just going out, what happens to them? Well, those programs, those strategies came out because some people have failed. Some kids have failed. We want them to go out, want them to go back into the society, but some of them come back. And some of them end up pregnant, some of them become, joining gangs and things like that. So we started a program called Transition to Independence. The idea for the program is to help students to transition to independence in different areas of their life, whether it's building a career through education or learning skills, or just learning job shadowing. How do I get a job when I, eventually? So one of the issues, or what I keep saying in orphanage, is that that's all they know. That's all they know. So we have a program called the Hope Program as well. So working with the kids, I was a caregiver at the time. One of the challenges that everything happens there, right? They cut their hair there, they get clothes, they get food, everything happens at home. But they don't know how to go out. They don't know how to do things outside. One time we'll take the kids outside to go have lunch. What do you want to eat? They don't know what to say. They don't know how to order food. They don't know how, an 18-year-old don't know how to barb his hair outside of the home. So programs like that, I will teach them how to thrive when they join other people in the community is very important. That's one of the things that Transition to Independence will help them to do. To know how to just converse with people outside, learn social skills, learn how to talk to somebody else, whether it's a peer, whether it's an adult. They don't know these things. And those are one of the things that will help.
Wow, that's amazing. Please put your hands together for him. I love what he said. It's not sending them out, but ensuring that when they're out, they're thriving. Very important. And I think the key to that is based on what Dr. Julie talked to us about yesterday. We need to be able to build resilience and help them overcome the trauma and then walk them through point A to point B. And I know that when we're talking alternative, one very important aspect of it is preparation. How do we prepare them well? Because when we're talking about long-term impact, we're talking about ensuring that from the time they're in the home to the time they leave, they do not just leave, but they thrive. And something has to happen from point A to point B. And so my final question to each and every one of you is this: how do we build resilience in these children, and how can our programs best support these children from where they are in the home to where we need them to be, which is in family? How do we do that? I know that I'll give you.
What?
I think of a child, that particular child you were talking about earlier, you told I know the backstory. He came back to the home. So how would your program have helped him not to come back? Because the whole idea is for them to be somewhere, to be rooted in family. And I think somebody said they don't want to go. The question is, have we prepared them enough to be able to know that they need to move to the next level? How do we do that, sir?
Well, there's a challenge we face in Nigeria, and that's uncertainty as to when government will report the children, uncertainty as to when planning a long-term program for them is difficult. You can enroll them in a vocational program today, and next week the court will cover them back to the family. And you cannot even monitor their what happens after. I think there must be increased harmony and collaboration between homes, the judiciary, and the government. And there must be trust in that relationship that we are working together. The worst tragedy in our own country here is absence of trust. The police does not trust the government official. The government official does not trust the police. We don't trust the orphanage operators. We don't trust them too.
We're building trusting relationships among
the
communities.
government are making policies where they don't start again. We see them front as if we are enemies. They see us as merchandiser of children, not even looking and sympathizing and having anything to support us. So it's a big tragedy and complication, and that is affecting the church under our care. They feel these children are government children. You can't take decision by them. Even when they are taken out of the home, you can't follow them up and look at how they are faring. They say, you don't go there. You are not. We are social workers who will be there. It's only social workers affair. Once that child has left the home, they have left the home. So internal monitoring is not allowed for in some states, particularly the state where I operate. Once they leave the home, it's not business to talk with them or you don't have to battle again. And you cannot monitor what goes on after post-national exercise activity. So it's a big issue that's affecting residents. And again, I think we have to draw a line between attachment theory and detachment trauma. We face detachment trauma because there has been bonding. Because when we expect that government will have fast and then will live fast, the speed doesn't come. And that will because they will stay longer. Yes, and attachment build up.
So there's a whirlwind of emotions. During the breakout, we do have a breakout on attachment and trauma.
Detachment
detachment.
Attachment theory and detachment trauma.
Thank you so much. Attachment trauma. So we'll learn more of that at the breakout session. Thank you very much.
So we're also looking at giving them things of their own, give them some freedom and all those things is decided. And let's communicate with them about their future. And let's bring and address them and show them that we are out of Google, we have gathered and working here and this and when they see those who are at home and they are doing well, they'll be challenged to leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's just take a few seconds from each of you to speak to that, and then we'll hand over to judiciary and
From the part of the policy in getting these children out, Plateau State has embraced the alternative care for long, but the state has been moving gradually advocacy. We've been going out to homes to meet with them and speak to them, talk to them on how to get these children out to instead of keeping them in the institution. And Plateau State, in collaboration with SOS, has produced alternative guidelines in preparation for breaking out on this issue. In 2002, we've done that. The Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice spoke here yesterday. He gave you all the laws that Plateau State has imbibed, especially 2005 Child Rights Law, and these are some of the policies that the state government has done in order to ensure that when these children break out, they'll be comfortable. And also the state government has also collaborated with BED. They said death, but they know they don't believe in. We have signed a memo of memorandum with them and started working with them on how to help these children out. The children's software has already been installed in the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development to ensure that these children, when they come in and when they go out, these are some of the policies that the state government has taken. And also in the area of strengthening families, that will, some of the foster families or guardianship or kinship, the state government has been collaborating. We have a widowhood center in Mangu where we train widows and empower them so that they will be able to take care of their children. And we also celebrate Widows Day every year in Plateau State. We've not celebrated the one for this year, but we're going to celebrate it, God willing, maybe by next week, where we bring widows together, we sit with them, speak with them, and then to know their problems and know how we are going to help them. You know, for the past 2 decades, we have been having a lot of crises in Plateau State. Yes. That's why we have a lot of children that are vulnerable. Some of them last word. Yes.
So when we're talking alternative care, we're not just talking rescuing these children. We are also talking about redefining the future. We are talking about restructuring our values and our vision. Because when you should have had a plan for all these children, what was your vision for these children? What was the story? How does a child come into your home? What are the plans that you have for these children? Because when we're talking alternative care, we're not saying shut down your orphanages now. But what we are saying, when on the process of admission, what plans did you have? What was the story of that child? What did you put in place? What did you record? Is the child supposed to be in a home for 3 years, for 5 years? Because most of these children, I tell you, they have identity crisis. Because it gets to a point where you even want to reunite them, or you want to, foster them. They are having identity. They don't know where they belong. I have one case like that, where the girl is confused. She doesn't know exactly what is happening to her. I remember when my father died when I was a child. I know what I looked forward to having as somebody who I could call a father, because I was just 3 years old. So growing up, I was confused. I didn't have any uncles around me. I didn't have anybody to lean on as a father. So when we're talking of palliative care, what I want to just say in conclusion is, what conversations are we having even with these children? Do they understand what you want to do? Do they understand the process? We need to look at our visions and our structure.
Hand it over to the judiciary.
I'll talk about the opinion. You talked about the opinion. It's about the what can I say to the children realize that they don't care about. They don't care that education has something. And instead, because somebody has spoken, somebody who's mother or father, you will never be able to do it. You go out and father, you have blocked it. Look at it.
New words and experiences. Finally, Donovan. Yes, Donovan.
One word. I think there must be enhanced multi-sectoral impact. We should reduce emergency care intervention, which always translates to long term. They call it emergency. Let there be more preventive effort other than emergency intervention. Let's shift from emergency intervention to preventive intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coordinated preventive action by stakeholders. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would just say that resiliency is so. The U.S. military has created the 4 pillars of resiliency, and it looks at social, mental, spiritual, and relational. And so you've got to have a holistic approach where there's training taking place to help prepare the person to be resilient. And I would just say, I think for an organization to try to do all of that, to try to prepare a young person in everything they need is nearly impossible. You've got to partner, and you've got to have partner with people that are doing the wraparound services. So, from what I hear, you guys are doing. So keep doing it.
Thank you so much. Coordinated community action. Right. Since we have our judges here, can we just hear from you when we're talking about the time frame for children being in care? Can someone give them a mic? Sorry, High Chief, I would like the judges, the family court judges. Can you give them a mic? Okay, the assessors will talk. Thank you. We'll take that and that's it.
My name is Mr. Walman Simon. I'm an assessor with family. The time frame, like you rightly point out, definitely in the child rights law, I don't think there is any section that have anything like time frame. What the director of child has said, you see, most of the orphanages in Plateau State, we look at them as they are just like transit towns, because there is no any particular time that you will say that the child should live in an orphanage. We have practiced these things for a very long time, like she has rightly stated. Most of the time, when the child comes to an orphanage, it is the state that will supervise. It is the state, after adoption, after fostering, the family court will appoint a supervisor who will be supervising this child until the child reaches the ages of 18 years in the home, not in an orphanage, but in their family home. So I know definitely the Plateau State government have tried their best to see that children are reunited. If they are abandoned babies, definitely the police will now bring a police escort, which will rightly show that yes, this child is an abandoned child, and then the police will investigate, and it will not take a very longer time, so that the child will not on with the officials of the orphanage. So I believe Plateau State has been trying, and the court has been doing her best by giving adoption order, fostering, child order, supervisory order, care order, and many others.
Thank you.
I think they have been trying their best to see that they protect the interest of the child. Because the best thing is the interest of the child.
Thank you very much. Please celebrate the members of the panel as they take their seats. Thank you very much.
Just a moment.
Thank you.
Many hands are flipping up.
All right, we'll take two.
So take two. Short questions, short responses. Let's go. Please come out to this place because of the video cam. Just two, yeah. And both of them are coming out. Oh wow, okay. Please quickly. Short question, short response.
So for me, I work with young adults. We work in the shelter, the first state for pregnant girls with unplanned pregnancy and their babies. So most of these people are already traumatized, maybe in the process of their pregnancy or pregnancy, from difficulties in their homes, with different stories. They come, welcome them into our homes, and take care of their pregnancy, through to delivery, and they stay with us for a period of time till their babies are a year and 6 months. So for us, working with the family is very important. As soon as they come in, we connect with their family because we know that we cannot keep them forever. At most 2 years, 2 years and a half, they have to be connected back to their family. And sometimes, taking them even back to their family, they are rejected.
So what's the question, ma'am?
Yes. How do we undo this rejection? These girls are not just coming back alone, they are coming back with babies. So they are now mothers, young mothers. How do we undo such rejection?
Thank you very much.
Take a seat, please. Would like you to say your name again. Your name and your organization, because of the repertoire.
I am Justina Isimishere from the Second Voice Foundation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm Kentia Mafwe from the National Human Rights Commission, and a lot of the conversation here was based on a time frame for children to be in care, which we know is missing from the law. Now, the Child Rights Act is law of the state is undergoing review. As professionals in this field, is it a gap that needs to be filled? Should there be a time frame put on the frame of time that a child should be in care?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm Amos Gideon Kode from Youth for Christ. My question is related to this one. Based on the policy making, now I just want to know, is there a platform or provision for all these home caregivers, the homemakers, to be part of this policy making? Because I believe they are the people that are working closely with these orphans. Because if you look at the presentation of the Attorney General yesterday, there are a lot of gaps. And in making these policies, are there platform for these caregivers to be given opportunity for them also to give an input, or they are just at the receiving end when the policies have been made, and then the policy will just be sent to them for implementation? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent question. Sorry, ma'am. Can you just hold on so that we can take the first three, and then we'll take yours. So the first one is the one from the home. The girls are getting pregnant and they suffer rejection. How do we deal with that? Can someone just handle that
Thank
first?
you. On the issue of girls getting pregnant and they are rejected by their family, we have mentioned it here that Plateau State has a child right law. The child is the responsibility of their parents. Whether they are pregnant or what, once they are still children, they are still responsibility of their family. So in the child rights law, we have the section on abandonment of responsibility. So if there are such issues, they should be reported to the State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. We have a law and we have a family court in the state where we have judges. It will be referred to them and their case will be handled by the family court, and their rights will be given back to them. Thank you.
I work in the past with homeless girls. We acclimatize them. We don't land them in the family like that. We allow a process of them going, coming, till the family begin to observe changes in them and are ready to accept them.
Thank you so much. So it means that there's a lot of learning that should be had. Organizations that have had this experience can connect with organizations that are experiencing it. So the person who asked the question, while we're having lunch, you can connect with these two powerful individuals, experts, who can help continue the conversation with you. Thank you very much, sir.
And there was also another question on policy.
Yes.
Government do not just sit on their own and carry out policies. Before any policy is adopted, we involve stakeholders, we involve CSOs to also bring in their input. It is a combined effort so that we come out with a policy that will be for the benefit of all.
Yes, ma'am. But the question he asked was about care leavers, and I think that's a gap. I have not had any have not been heeded to. We have not invited to some of these sittings and these decision-making platforms. And I think the time is now. I think we really need to begin to do that right now.
One sentence. The government have been using tool of enforcement instead of enlightenment. And enforcement will not work where there's no enlightenment. They won't carry the home into the decision and policies and know how it's going to work. They will not, some states will not even bring the stakeholder. They will just be rolling out law that are not tested. And that's why there is violation. Of homes and home workers. We will fashion out laws that work, and that helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then the question about the time frame and whether it should be included in the Constitution is very important. Do we think that is conversation that should be had, and do we need to make input into that review?
I would love to say yes. For whatever situation that will have a child to be institutionally placed, I would love to say one day. But if we want to say there's a time frame or should not be a time frame how long a child should be in a home, we don't all want that, right? But every case is unique. Whenever a child finds yourself in this situation is unique. So all of the things that have to happen is a lot of case management that will determine how long a child should be in institutional care.
Thank you very much. Well said, Azubike. We'll take the final question.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Simi Simji Goshwe from Simji Girl Child Empowerment Initiative and Orphanage. Now, we're talking of family unification, reintegration, and all of that. Simji has been, I'm talking of this year alone, we've been saddled with challenges where to our orphanage. This is the 5th case we're currently with right now. One of the girls in university, a very good university, ran, and even when we were able to get the parents to come for us to dialogue for reconciliation, because we felt we didn't need to carry the law on this matter. Because no matter what, the girl still needs to call her father, father, and her mother, mother. And at the same time, the parents still taking her back in. We handle, or what agency would truly, or what policies to be educated or to be enlightened or to know how to handle their own biological children, so that these children that we're trying to get them to alternative care, to families, will go into these families fitting well and they don't run back to us. I'm trying to unravel all the confusions in my head, but I'm better off in this conference.
Thank you so much. We'll just end with Women Affairs because I know they're doing an excellent work. So we'll allow her just give us a final word and just address this last question. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. These are serious issues. Like in Plateau State, the Ministry of Women Affairs, we normally have sections with the children and also with the families. And in the state, we have the Nigeria Association of Social Workers, who are also up and doing in the area of counseling. Sometimes some of these families, what they need is counseling to make them understand, and even the children, they need counseling. Sometimes you must not get into law. So we have a lot of social workers in Plateau State, in the ministry, in the local government. Most of the staff who are in the women development and social services development, most of them, if not diploma, BSc, PhD in social work. So when you have such issues, get in touch with them. I think the officials and members of social workers of Plateau State are in this hall. Can you stand up so that they will see you? Nigeria Association of Social Workers.
Let's celebrate our social workers. Thank you.
So they are in this hall. When we have such issues, when we get to them, they will counsel the children and also the families so that we have a good working relationship.
Thank you so much. Please celebrate our panelists. Please put your hands together.
Celebrate our panelists as they take a bow.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What an amazing session. One more time, let's put our hands. The panelists, please give me a minute. All right, now for me, one of the things I'm taking on with me is that paraphrasing before you enforce in life. But what is the use of enforcing something that the person you need to engage with doesn't even know the why? I think there's a book written by Simon Sinek, so it starts with the why. When the why has been communicated and understood, then you enforce. Or one more time, let's just celebrate the panelists and the moderator for an amazing session. All right, so next up we're going to be hearing from someone who has experience on the field, and she is Gabriel. Can we join us together as she comes up? She's going to be speaking to us in some few minutes and giving us real life situations, stories on how the field experience has been. One more time, let's put our hands together for her as she comes up. Thank you.
Good morning again to every one of us. We're all looking beautiful in our t-shirts. I'm just going to be quick to give us some of the experiences we have on the field. I'm a social worker by profession and also a member of the National Association of Social Workers, proud to be one. And in SOS Children's Villages, we have professional social workers who work as part of the robust case management team to ensure that the right children come into care. And I'm going to start with our mission and our vision statement. Our vision statement says every child belongs to a family. And just like the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, I think Article 2 says that every person under the age of 18, irrespective of their age, their race, their color, their sex or gender, they fall, and these articles, refers to them. And so for us, every child must belong to a family and will grow with love, respect, and security. That's our vision. We are looking at a Nigeria where children grow up in a loving and secure family. And what's our mission? Our mission is to ensure that we build families because children cannot grow outside a family setting. And so we build these families for children who are in need, and we help them to shape their own future, and we contribute in the development of their community. So we are not just building the families, we are helping them to shape their future, and we are also ensuring that their community is developed. And we do this in two interventions, the family strengthening programs and also the alternative care. And I'm not boasting, but all over the world, when you talk about alternative care, SOS stands to be one of the largest organizations that is focused on alternative care. And we have provided families for children, alternative families for children, working with professional caregivers, ensuring that quality care and protection is provided for every child, looking at their individual differences. And so we have a robust gatekeeping system. And that robust gatekeeping system looks at the entry and the exit of. So I'm going to start with entry. When a child has been identified by the government, we work with local government councils in ensure that this child is vulnerable for alternative care. And of course, we all know that the UN guideline for alternative care is looking at necessity and suitability. Is alternative care the most necessary for this child? and which of the options of the alternative care is suitable for the child. So we work with this framework, and then we begin to assess the family to ensure that the right child is coming into alternative care. So after we do that investigations, we have the alternative care panel where the social workers in the local government are part of this panel. Then the social worker from our organizations, we have the caregivers representative is also part of the panel where we sit together and begin to discuss a care plan for each child. Sometimes they come in two, sometimes it might be one, but we now begin to draw out a care plan for the child. If the child is coming into care, where this child is going to need support, education, health, mental health support, social welfare, and the rest. We look at all those various options and aspects that the child is going to need care, and then the care plan for that child begins. And then we begin to look at our homes. In SOS Children's Villages, we have families. We don't call our program orphanages because what we do is provide alternative families with a permanent carer, 24 hours, that stays with the children and play the role of a parent for the child. And so we look at which of these families is going to be the best family for this child coming into care after assessing the child's background, personality. So this process takes a long time. It might take like maybe 3 weeks up to a month until we have finally done the assessment and then the child comes into care. Now, the care plan comprises of a lot of factors. Educational care is there, health care. Does the child have any health issues that might need extra support? All those things are looked into. And then for mental health, will she need specialized support? We also look into all that. And then the carer or the caregiver is identified, and then the child is placed in a family. And then the care plan begins to roll out. Education might be primary, secondary, university, and as time goes on, we begin to identify all the child's interests and talents. Some of them are educationally inclined. They want to go to university after secondary school. Some after junior secondary school, they tell you, I don't want to go to school again. And we try what we do to see if we can convince them. And if we realize that the child is not really educationally inclined, we begin to look at vocational skills and all that. So the child becomes part of the family, grows and bonds, and then we will look at exit. The exit plan for the children comes in two ways. It's either independent living or by reunification. And so I'm going to say that in my experience, I have worked for more than 15 years, and I've experienced more than 3 generations of children come into care and leave care. So I'm just going to use one example of a child who came into care and started secondary school, started from GSS 1, and we began the plan to ensure that she is empowered, and in the process, we thought that this girl was not going to be able to finish secondary school because we realized that she had challenges educationally. But with the help of her caregiver, she was able to counsel her, and through various interactions, she was able to build confidence in herself and was able to complete secondary school. We thought that maybe at junior secondary school she would, back out and the rest, but she was able to complete, senior secondary school and came up with very good grades in her WAEC. And then she told us, I want to go into business. I think I have tried. Let me see if I can, bubble back into school after that. And so for living care, we have processes that must take place. That training has to go through sessions of counseling. I structure in SOS Villages. We have trained mentors who mentor our young people, from 18, they begin to mentor them about skills and, independent living for those who do not have traceable families. And so the mentoring ensures that the children are able to develop resilience and skills to be able to stand on their own after they leave care. So these processes are compulsory that these children must go through the entrepreneurship training, the employability training. That's for those who are, educationally inclined, have gone to universities and probably want to work in offices and so on. And then in our counseling and mentoring sessions, a lot of things begin to unravel. Begin to discover that some of the children have gaps, as in they have been wondering, who am I? What? Why is my family not? For some of them, they don't have traceable families. Why are my families have not been traced and all that? And it is during these mentoring sessions that a lot of counseling is done to support them to be able to stabilize mentally. And we have been able to help young people who have grown from feeling, even though they have grown in very beautiful places, gotten all the love and support, there's still this void, there's still this hole in their heart that I want to belong to a family. Because they go to schools, they interact with other children. Mommy and daddy comes to pick you. I have uncles, I have aunties. There is a family structure for almost everybody. So, such questions are questions that they may not be able to come up to open up and tell you. I say, this is one of the things that is bothering me. But the counseling sessions and the mentoring sessions have been able to bring this up, and we have been able to work with the young people and to provide all the support and care. And I'll tell you that we have more than 100 of young people who have left care, are doing very well, and they are stabilized. We also watched the video from the I've forgotten his name. David, yes. And when he was talking about preparing children for independent care, it is not easy per se to be able to help them to come out to stand independently on their own. It's not about the material things that you give them. Of course, we have plans for housing. We have plans for setting them up in businesses for those of them who have businesses. We have plans, linking them up, employment and the rest. Okay? So there are other aspects where we need to really come in. So the family setting is a very, very strong structure. And because SOS creates almost a permanent family for them, they always do come back. We have married our daughters to husbands, and they come back to us as their family. We wear our oligogoro, as parents of the bride or parents of the groom. The family setting and structure that they, desire, is eventually provided for them. So the second arm of exit is the reunification. So what SOS does is that we are able to continue to trace the families of origin for these children. When they come into care, like I said, the care plan also includes exit. And so we look at two options. Either they are living care or if they are going to unify their families of origin. And we have two investigations, and with the help of the government and the local government social workers that we work with, we're able to trace majority of the families. We follow the processes for rebonding. They go to do holidays with their family, come back to the program, go for holidays. They go for like 2 or 3 holidays, and they have bonded with their family. Some of them even tell you they want to go back to their family. They want to belong to their family. And so the unification process is concluded with the help of the government and the signing of all the documents. And then we don't just leave the children when they are unified. We do what we call post-unification assessment. So 6 months down the we visit the family. We interact with the child. We interact with the family. We interact with the community. Begin to assess. Is the child been able to settle in? Has the child been able to stabilize? Has they come to terms to accept his family? As the family accepted the child, we do all these assessments and review the development plans we have done with the families to ensure that, by and large, the child has, been able to settle back with their families of origin. And so, our time is up. Thank you very much.
Please let me give a resounding round of applause. Please let's give a round of applause. Various voices from the field, because SOS are already doing what we want everyone to do. Please let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. You've all been sitting. The conversations have been really interesting and engaging. It's time for us to move on to something different, and someone has begged me to introduce him. Should I introduce him? He's been begging me and begging me, so I'm going to put him and introduce him. So we have someone who grew up in the West, Nigeria. He loves football. He has a lot of mad people as his role models. So I don't want to tell you their names. But please, let's give a resounding welcome to one and only friend, Abraham himself, and some vulnerable children. And we give you a bit of applause as we take actually a big round
Well, first of all, I want to say a very big thank you to all of you for this great cause that you're championing, and we pray we get all the strength you need from all angles to deliver the results you're trying to deliver. And she mentioned I'm a friend of that son, and I'll do my best to support in any way I can. And I've been told there are so many persons who have come on board to support. So if you hear your name or you hear the name of the organization you represent anywhere while I say what I'm saying, just tracking my from my that means both ends believing that I am saying this. Those jokes are created so that everybody will laugh, and that way we have a trauma-free world. You get, and then as a child, I care, and children will not be able to pronounce the word "I care for you" that much. So it's okay for me to say, as a child, I care for you the much I can. And then for all those that came from other countries in Nigeria and Jos especially, if you look around, we have some police officers there. Please put your hands together for them. They're doing an amazing job. They are the ones out there protecting us, and there's no one protecting them. I mean, I saw a police officer crying 2 days ago. Yeah, and I was like, "Why are you crying?" He said they stole his phone. And then he asked me to help him with my phone. I was like, "What do you want to do?" That he wants to call the police. I said, "If they come, what will..." And English most times is tricky because it gets you into trouble. I told someone that every man here at some point will have that fantasy of having a woman ask him out. And mine happened in the bank, and it was the bank manager that asked me out. She asked me out of the bank, but it felt like love to me. I mean, I don't... Plus, you will agree with me that Nigeria has had a fair share of recession and all economic hardship and all that. But good thing we're coming out of it. Before now, for those of you who are familiar with the countries in West Africa, you know about MTN and the rest of them. Before now, you can borrow airtime from MTN, and when you're done using the borrowed airtime, you can borrow data and they'll give you. You can't try it now. Now, everybody's just trying to make profit. There was a time I borrowed just 200 Naira airtime from MTN. As soon as I used the last borrowed unit, they started sending me scam messages encouraging me to recharge. As I used the last unit, what I got was, "Dear Esteem," in my head, I am Esteem and I'm borrowing 200. You're just trying to patronize me so I'll pay you back. We believe you borrowed this card with the intentions of paying back. Please pay us back so nobody else serve you better. You're now reminding me, remember we are MTN. Everywhere you go, I'm like, okay, that's because I read text messages too much. So I stopped reading text messages and I'm careful the calls I pick. My phone rang this day, I checked and I picked. I was like, "Hello, this is MC Yongi. I may be of help to you." And the next thing I heard was, "This is Mr. Bello from MTN." So I checked the number very well. "Are you sure you're calling me from MTN?" I say, "Yes, this is our Glow line. If you pick our MTN number." So they have to just use a different network to get across to me. And I want to believe 70% of everybody seated here has at some point in their lives taken injection, yeah? So by a round of applause, you've taken injection before. Let's hear your hands clapping. Oh, good. I think here in Africa, the nurses take it a little too far. I've been opportune to leave this country before, and when I went there, for change of weather, okay, so I went to the US. I landed in, what was the airport I lied about the other day? Yes, Denver International Airport. You know, so I've been opportunity to leave this country before, and then for change of weather, I went to the clinic, and then they ran a test on me to know what was wrong with me. Hear the word, they ran a test. In this country, they don't run tests, they carry it out, because they must bring out whatever is in you. And then when the test result came out, you're like, MC Yongi, you're down with flu. Don't worry, I'll soon administer your injection and you will not feel any pain. She used the word administer because that's what they do there. They just prepare the thing behind your back and they bring it and they administer. I was the one asking her, are you done? She said, yes. And before giving me, she said, we have coffee and candy. Which do you care for? I said, can I have both? She said, yes. She administered. In this country, they don't administer. They give because you must receive. I came back to Nigeria and I fell under the weather again and I went to the clinic and they carried out tests. And my results came. You do one test, they'll give you malaria and typhoid. If it's only malaria, they'll make it 2 pluses. They must give you 2 results. Anyhow, I don't want to do it. And then when I went to collect my injection, I had to go back in the evening. They said the injection has to cool down first before they give it to me. So I went in the evening for them to give me injection, and I met the nurses discussing. I don't want to use the word gossiping because there might be a nurse here, and I'll go to our clinic tomorrow. So they were gossiping. I was like, I'm here to collect my injection. Oh, I don't use it again. So delete it from your head. She now said, go and wait for me there. Every hospital in this country has that fold, either blue or green. 3 folds where you just wait for the injection to come and then they give. Outside this country, they prepared everything behind my back. I just gave them my prescription and they prepared it and brought the injection and administered. Here, you must see everything from beginning to end. She packed everything, put in a stainless steel, and she was coming to me. It's like it's a prerequisite in Nigerian hospitals before you get employed as a nurse. You have to have your shoes side chopped from way. So she had everything in a stainless steel and she was coming, quash, quash, quash. She got to where I was and asked me a really silly question. She was like, are you the one sick? I was like, no, here's an amusement park. I'm here to catch fun. But I can't tell her that because my bum is at her mercy. So I was like, yes, I am the one. She said, okay, let me see your prescription. I showed it to her. The first sound she made, I was scared. When she read it, she was like, So I knew trouble was coming. She then asked me a question. Outside this country, they offered. Here, she asked me, you don't chop? Meaning, have you eaten? I said, yes. She said, if you have not eaten, my colleague is selling pulu and bones. That's the local price. I said, no, I've eaten so no water. She now carried the bottle where the fluid is inside. They did not write shake before use. But there's this thing in African women that they must shake it before they. So she was shaking it with all the power in her. As she was shaking, I was getting scared. She dropped it, picked the second bottle. In a bit to appear nice, she now smiled. Dropped it. Outside this country, they have a scissors where they break the cap of the bottle. In Nigeria, that scissors is there. She picked the scissors, put it aside. Pick the syringe, tore the nylon, use the leather, cover the mouth of the bottle, put it in the mouth and do. And they are always very careful when they are doing that. As soon as she was done with that, she dragged all the fluid from the. She was dragging the syringe was almost full. She bent it and dragged everything. After doing that, she now raised it up and removed small and expel a little. That's for the gods, in case they fall sick, they can treat themselves with that one. Then she turned and looked at me, and she went all military on me. She was like, stand up. I take it easy, man. I'm the one that's not feeling fine. She now asked me this question they always ask. Have you collected injection before? I say, yes. She said, okay, which side? I say, this side. So give me this side. So she noticed I've been acting like I was scared. In a bit to patronize, she now say, no fear. My hand, no day. Meaning my hand is not going to be paper. I'm like, okay, no one. So I thought, by default, except you're not a Nigerian, once they say, give me this side, on your own, you transfer all your weight from here to this side. You now be hungry waiting for the injection to attack you. So I was here waiting for the injection to attack me. She now called my name 3 times. MC Yongi, MC Yongi, MC Yongi. I was like, ma, she now reminded me again. No fear. My hand made a... And now looked away, waiting for them to administer. At this point, no matter how courageous you are, all your senses leave your head and they are here. No matter the temperature here is very cold, waiting for injection to hit you. Outside this country, I didn't even know when they inserted the injection and then they withdrew. But here, waiting for what I said was the index finger. Release your bum bum. This is the breaking time. My hand. So what she was doing, my legs was vibrating as well. I don't let it go. Finally, I released the bum bum. It was time for her to insert. Then she pierced, and everyone was quiet. I was about to squeeze the fluid inside. Her phone started ringing. Instead of finishing what you started, she asked me to help her hold the injection, so she picked it up. So I was holding the injection and she was on call on this other end. And what I had was, hello, please call me back. I'm in the middle of an operation. I said, madam, it's not an operation. I don't give him injection. Hello, who? The patient on my head. Who knows me that is calling her, to be calling me through her phone? Then I connected the phone. I was like, hello, please, who is this? The next thing I heard was, this is Mr. Bello from MTN Nigeria. If you don't pay us our $200, I will come for you. Thank you very much. My name is MC Yangi. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Please a big round of applause for our friend and brother MC Yangi. Please a big round of applause to MC Yangi. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Are you having a good time? So can we go back to WAC 2025? We can't hear you. WAC 2025. Homegrown solutions for African children. Great job. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. All right, we'll be moving on to the next panel, and this panel is a very interesting one. Innovations and partnerships in care reform. Moderating this panel is a very young man who is passionate about children. He's when you have like those guys that they say, what do? You are an importer, exporter, connector. He is a connector, and this hall was connected to one another through him. Please help me make welcome the African coach for the Christian Alliance for Orphans, Mr. Ade Olo.
Don't worry, sir, my hand know the thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, the next person coming up is Mr. Eric Murray, is Child and Family Development USA official. We're back to back. Please put your hands together for him, Mr. Eric Murray.
Coming up next is CSC Victoria James, the Chief Superintendent of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please a round of applause.
The Councillor with Village of Hope. She is BEB, say a name in person of Abraham Davis. Can you jam your hands together as it comes up? Let's be generous with our clap. Let's be generous with our clap. Awesome.
Also joining them upstage is
Sorry, 1 minute, please. All right, over to you, sir.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. So, as someone who lives in the U.S. and I've lived in Nigeria, I say about going to the hospital. Okay? So, it's so true. So, thank you for saying that. So, we're here to talk about collaboration. And for those of you who know me, I love collaboration. And, collaboration is where we love networks. And networks, how do we get the government, churches, state-based organizations, non-state-based organizations to work together to solve solutions for kids in their own
giver of services. And so they become the first point for collaboration. In the 12 countries we work in Africa as BAB, we've realized and learned that the services that we offer as facilities, we can't do it all alone. What do I mean? All of us in this room, we cannot do all the services. We cannot provide all the services to these amazing children. So what is very key is we have seen beyond having a relationship with government, you also need to have other networks. Associations, ASEHON is very critical. We have also realized that beyond the associations, there are other key, very key working groups within the space which open opportunities for collaboration. I'll use Uganda as a space as an example. We have collaborated with government. We have also joined a network. We have also joined another network. To provide services to children living under care.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, one of the things that I've seen in Africa is that, as you mentioned, there are many alliances everywhere, right? You know, there's alliances for disability, there's alliances for healthcare, there's alliances for different. The alliances, you can't even count how many alliances happening all over here. And so, one of my questions for you people is, how do you coordinate these alliances? How do you know yourselves well? Because when you talk about collaboration, it's hard. How do you build this trust, you know, with these organizations you work with? Maybe I'll start with Abraham, because I know you need a network of all these churches, organizations, alliances every day. How do you build those alliances? You know, if there are stories of great collaboration together, and even if we want to hear from you the challenges of the collaboration that didn't go well, and how did you move on from these collaborations?
Yeah, first of all, one of the challenges we have in collaborating, especially within the church, because some of the churches, when you present your idea to them, they have what they are seeking for. And if what you are presenting to them doesn't match with what they are seeking for, definitely they back out. So what we normally do, we encourage those who are like-minded, we encourage them and then work together with them. So that has helped us greatly, and we have achieved a large number of churches that we are working along with.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Well, anybody can answer. Yeah, I think
one major challenge that is within the space of collaboration is trust. At every step where different stakeholders sit, the first step is, what are you bringing on the table? I hope you know what I'm talking about when I say, what are you bringing on the table? So the mistrust often is the challenge. And then the other is common vision. You would love to collaborate, but we have different versions, like how Abraham has mentioned. I would love to do work for children, but someone else is interested in something else. So we see one core big challenge, and then the other having different visions towards achieving a specific goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. James.
Yeah. So apart from the mistrust, I think financial constraints is also a very challenging aspect. You know, there's nothing you can do. Gathered here alone, I can assure we know what has gone into this project to ensure all of us are here. So without it, we won't be able to achieve what we want. I think it's also a very big challenge to some of the collaborative aspects we need to do.
All right. I'm glad that Kenneth mentioned common vision. So realize that all the actors involved in social protection, all of us have different agendas. You understand? So we have home operators having different agenda. We have all these NGOs maybe having different agenda, and then government having different agenda. So if we all can agree that what stands at the basic principle for doing this is the best interest of the child, and we can all look at that and not focus on our own benefits and what we are looking to achieve and attain as an organization, as a people, for ourselves, but for the children. That is when we can get a common goal, and we can have a common vision that everything that we do is working towards bringing children to a good place. And we all have established the fact that children belong in families. So if we can all understand and personalize it and make it our personal goals be beyond organizational, we can all commit to achieving what we are looking for. And if we have that common vision and we all agree that this is what we are doing, it is easy to form an alliance. So that is what I think we can do.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think of two types of collaboration. I think of something like this, CAFO, this alliance, where we have interacted with other people that like-minded, who are doing similar work as we are, and we can learn from each other. That type of collaboration helps me understand. I've taken pages of notes in there about, oh, those are some things we could probably learn to do better or implement in one of our programs. I also think of collaboration as it relates to in the communities and the cities where we work. Who are the other organizations that could do things that we can't do or don't do? I was in Guatemala several years ago. We were visiting an organization called AMG Guatemala. And my wife and I were walking down the hall of their offices, and we saw all these other organizations on their wall. I don't know, like 20 different organizations. And we said, what is all this about? And he said, well, these are the organizations that do things that we can't do, but we partner with. And I thought, that's a great check for us as an organization back to back to say, what is not in our wheelhouse and what is in our wheelhouse? If it's not in our wheelhouse, who can we collaborate with to pick up that mantle and carry that out? I totally agree that we have to have similar philosophies and where we want to go, and that's more important in some situations and less important in other situations.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I mean, I think you all are right. You know, for me, when I think about collaboration, I think about, growing up in Africa, my mom's big pot when she cooks, right? Puts all the different ingredients, in that soup, but nothing happens with those ingredients if she doesn't put a spoon and stir the ingredients to make sure everything's mixed together. So for me, I think when I think about collaboration, that's what I think about. So how do we get different stakeholders working together to make sure kids are being put in the family? So thank you so much for all your contributions. I think it's time for us to have our questions now. Because they give me a time and I'm sticking to my time. See, that's the difference between an African. Can I have my questions? 3 people. Oh, I see Bobby coming.
All right. Just quickly, you've got questions. We just want to take 2 questions from here. We have the online audience who have asked the question. and the media room will soon flag it up for us so that we can see the questions right up on the screen as well. So we have one person just to... Why are the people on this side not coming out for questions? What's happening? Okay. Okay, she's coming from this side. Thank you, ma'am. Please celebrate this corner. All right, so you would stand here for your questions, and that's number 2. Please come around, sir, quickly. Media, when we are good with the questions from the online audience, please notify us quickly. Keyword again, short questions, short responses.
The question I have here is like some of us that runs an orphanage home, when you talk about this collaboration, some people comes in and sometimes they make banners and they will tell you they come to help. They make videos, they make pictures, they do all manner of things, and you don't hear from
That's how I'm sure there's a chain of protocol how things work. And I can see for BEB, it's through action, there's a partnership. And so that's how things work. There's things online. You can Google Kefo. You can go to kefo.org and research centers. There's free resources. You can do it on your own. If you're not computer illiterate, I always advise Africans. I work in 30 countries in Africa. Okay, I work with the young people. I work with the old people. I work with everybody. The old people, if it's idea is challenging, technology is challenging. So I ask them, do you have a son that I can talk to? Sometimes do you have a young person? They say, yes, okay. Get him on a Zoom call with me and then help your dad sign up for these resources. So there's resources available, there's free resources available. You can get resources online. Even with Trauma Free World, there's always resources they send to us. You send it to your leaders, and people have taken these courses. So, it's a challenge. I understand it's a challenge, but I know your leaders actually are doing the best job they can do. I've seen it because I've worked with them in the last 4 years. So, I hope that answers the question.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there any question from the online audience?
Okay. And let's give it up for the online. There's people who have been all online all day long. I think it's
okay. Can we switch our attention to the screen? The question is, can government equally build shelters for their displaced children or children who have been adopted? This is from Don Savage from Facebook. Yeah.
Well, I'm not a government institution. Maybe someone from the government.
Can government equally build shelters? Who wants to respond to that for the online audience?
It's an interesting one. I think most of the CCIs are privately owned, right? Childcare institutions. But can government build a CCI? I think it comes back to what our laws say. Yeah, it still comes back to what our laws say in regards to the demand, right? If we check within most of our laws, this responsibility has been let to be private because it came from the private world, right? And we can all agree, I'm glad we have government here, running a childcare institution is not just a building. It's not just a building. There's a lot that is involved underneath. And with government budgets, I don't think government can build CCIs. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Hopefully the governments are not building it. The government are putting kids in families.
Okay. That's it. So, thank you.
Is that the last question?
Yes. Is that the only question, media? Thank you. Thank you. That's the last question.
All right. Thank you so much. Wow. We is left. This is the best panel so far. We don't have time. We're going to have 2 more minutes. So, thank you for all my panelists. I hope this was encouraging.
All right. Just before they go, please, I'll call them differently one after another so you can celebrate them. And I'll call with the first name. First, let's celebrate one of the panelists, CSC Victoria James, as she takes her seat one after another, not just the company, please, ma. Yes, you may go right now. Thank you. Please keep clapping for her. Let's celebrate Kenneth also. Let's celebrate Kenneth. Thank you. Let's celebrate Eric. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Let's celebrate Tracy. Keep clapping, keep clapping. And let's celebrate Abraham Davis. At this point, Mr. Ade wants to dance out of the stage. Please clap for him in such a way that he can dance up. Thank you very much. Just a quick one for us to recognize that these conversations are deeper than what we are having on this panel. It's important for us to recognize that what we are sharing in this panel, they are only conversation starters.
They are not the finish. They're not the end of the conversation. And that's why we have breakout sessions ahead of us. So get ready to participate in the breakout sessions, to weigh into the conversation, so we can develop sort of a memorandum or terms of reference from this conference and this summit that we can have possibly as a working agenda in the future. Please prepare for the breakout session. You've been sitting for a while. I won't give you any exercise at this time because we have one more panel, and that's what Lekon and Yoni are about to do. Please celebrate them again.
All right, thank you, sir. Can you also put your hands together for the coach, Bobby Jackie, for doing an amazing job with the question and answer. Let's be generous. Let's be generous. Let's be generous. All right. So the next panel that we're going to be calling up is probably, not generally, but permitted to say probably a spot or an area that is a bit too gray. Not everyone has completely understood it. It's also even possible that some people don't know that is existing. And in those next few minutes when the panel comes up, we're going to be looking at how we can do more inclusion with people living with disabilities in alternative care. So we've titled this next panel, Understanding and Addressing. Not just understand, not just addressing. Remember we talked about enlightenment before enforcement. So understanding and addressing the unique needs and barriers facing children living with disabilities in alternative care. And the person that will be moderating this panel is Reverend Dr. Elisha Akwe. He is the manager, City Ministries ESM of EQUA. Can you join your hands together as it comes up? Let's be generous. Let's be generous.
Give
Let's
him
be
a
generous.
round of applause as he comes up stage. Joining him on this panel will be Mrs. Kempia Mafiwe, Esquire, the State Coordinator, Plateau State for National Human Rights Commission. Please let's give her a round of applause as she comes up stage.
All right. The next person I will be calling up is Mr. Polycarp Badri. He is the National Secretary. ASOAN. Can you put your hands together for him? Like I said, let's be generous. Let's be generous with our clap.
Joining them on this panel all the way from the beautiful city of Accra is Isaac Yeboah Ajay. He is a social worker, transition practitioner, and he belongs to Strengthening Families and Children. Please a round of applause as he comes up stage.
All right, the person I'm going to be calling up is the president, so I hope I get this name right, Yoyogi Outreach Foundation. She's the president, talking about Juliet Defi. Sorry, can you put your hands together for her as she comes up?
Please a big round of applause as she comes up stage. A big round of applause as she comes up stage.
At this point, we'll be handing over to the other person. Okay.
Finally, joining them up stage is one of our silent team members, Mr. Toby Salahu. He is the Director of Programs for Christian Rural and Urban Development Association Nigeria, CRUDAN. Please a round of applause as he comes up stage.
All right, at this point, we'll be handing over to Reverend Dr. Elisha to proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon, caregivers. This afternoon, by the grace of God, we'll be looking at this topic, understanding and addressing the unique needs and barriers facing children living with disabilities in alternative care. So the panels, viewers, I greet you all. Before we start, let me just give a simple background that will also guide us in our discussion. You know, alternative care is an option given to children or to needy children within the society. Now, today we'll be looking at children living with disabilities in alternative care. What are those challenges they are faced with? What are those barriers that comes with that? So to do justice to that, we will take some few questions to be able to address this particular issue. So So I will start with the National Secretary of Asherhorn. In your own experience, what do you think is the gap in the system of alternative care in regards to children living with disabilities?
Yeah, thank you very much. The gap, based on my experience and also the research, and one of the things that I think we need to fill as a gap affecting children that are living with disabilities in orphanages or around our corners. Number one, you need to understand the disability that is affecting that child, because there are many types of disabilities that are affecting the children. Maybe one of the greatest disability that I want to talk about before talking about the gap that we need to fill is the disability of mind. Because most of the time, when we talk about disability, our minds goes to physical disability. That's the common disability that we do think about. But I think considering the mind, disability of mind is the most important thing, because number one, if you have disability, maybe physical disability, but your mind is strong, you are ambition, you have desire to do something, that physical disability will not affect you, especially the child. But if you're okay, but your heart, your mind is disabled, you have disability of mind, definitely, even if everything is okay around you, definitely you cannot be able to achieve or do anything in life. So that is one thing that caregivers also need to put in place: checklists, strategies, roadmaps, and indicators that will bring out to understand that this particular child is facing this particular disability, especially, as I said, disability of mind. So I think one of the things that we need to put in place so that we can be able to champion all these aspects of disability is that we should train our caregivers, have good training, mentor them, so that they can be able to assess and address the disabilities that those children are facing through. And also provide infrastructure and provide maybe educational inclusion for those children, and also advocate for the rights of the children. As I was passing by, I saw one commission, Disability Commission of Plateau State, which I think is one of the best things for other states to also work on establishing such commissions around them. It will definitely help in fulfilling those gaps. Yeah, because it's not all, and also one thing is not, when constituting board of disability commission or agency, I think caregivers should be involved in everything that those boards are going to do, because caregivers are the people that understand much better what those children are passing through. So that's my take on that.
Thank you so much. Mr. Toby, let me add up a question to what you just said. Now, in your own view, what do you think are those gaps, those things that are necessary but are not put in place in terms of alternative care for people living with disabilities?
All right, thank you very much. I think the first thing I want to say is to create a little context here, particularly within our context in Africa, West Africa, Nigeria. There are two pre-existing vulnerabilities that we need to talk about. First is that we're talking about a child. The second is that we're talking about disability. then we are talking about a child with disability. That is a significant issue, a significant challenge that we have in our hands. And I think that one of the is acceptance. Okay, for parents, for caregivers to be able to accept a child with disability is a big deal. I mean, even parents who are biological parents to children with disabilities, we know the struggle that we have in getting those children to even leave their houses, for some of them to even leave their rooms, so they lock them up at home because they see them as an embarrassment to the family. Some of them are called witches, wizards, just different cultural and also faith related myths and all of those challenges that children have. Now, these children do not even have biological parents, for example. That makes it more complicated. And so the challenge of acceptance is a significant challenge that we have. And in instances where those children are accepted, there is also the reality of resources in terms of access, in terms of the fact that infrastructure is not suitable for their kinds of disability. So again, I like what the National Secretary Ason said when he was talking about understanding the type of disability. I think that's where it starts from. When you understand the type of disability, then you know what kind of access you need to create for that child. So, for instance, we may be looking at situations where we need to make adjustments in terms of even the structural design of the home. We need to begin to think about specific capacity strengthening for the families and for the parents who will be receiving those children. Again, there is need for capacity support for the child going into those homes or into those families, and also for those families who will be receiving them. And so all of this put together poses a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of bridging some of these gaps for children with disabilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Just, my sister, the one you just gave the mic to. Now, let me ask you this. In your own way or experience, what are some of these stigmas or misconceptions that children even with disability face in alternative care?
Thank you, sir. So, just as the last speaker spoke, a lot of cultural and religious beliefs have really affected the way people see us. I'll take, for example, one of the panelists was talking about how he lost his mom and then his dad was blind and automatically he's an orphan. Do you understand? It's because of our beliefs in Africa. If not, I want to be seen as a super mom to my children, even though I'm blind. So I think caregivers should be educated and enlightened about what disability really means. I really speak a lot about people living with disability, and I try to make people understand something. It's very simple, but if you understand. I said, we are normal human beings. It is just that we do things differently. So if you understand that you're taking in a blind child into your home, and other kids are reading their books with their eyes, you should get a software on a computer for the child to listen to his books. So I believe if we know all of this, there will be a great closure in that gap concerning children with disability and the other children. And please, I want to add, I don't know how many caregivers here even have children with disabilities in their homes. I have seen an orphanage home with strictly only children with disability. I've seen orphanage homes with other children with no. I would love to encourage that they mix them up, and not see them as such different people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my brother just close to her with green. Maybe because she added to the first question I asked.
Now, may you respond to the question I actually asked her? What are those stigmas and misconceptions that children living with disability face in alternative care?
Okay, stigmas and discriminations in places that we go. Okay, for example, they are tagged possessed in so many places. That is why parents, like the second speaker said, lock them up. When we go to some mission fields in the villages, you see that they lock them up in the house because they believe that this one is possessed, one. Secondly, is an object of shame to their families. I, I, I don't know why people do that in villages, but it still goes back to our culture and religious beliefs, you know. Apart from the fact that they are believed to be possessed, they are ashamed and all of those, they don't believe anything good can come out of a child living with disability. The person that taught me how to type on a computer, he's an American. He types over 30 words in 1 minute. That is how fast. And his accuracy is almost 100%. He's blind. You understand? So, you know, they have to understand something. And there's something our daddy said, Reverend Gabriel, yesterday. Sometimes there's a difference between a child being oppressed by demonic spirits and being possessed. Sometimes it is an oppression for some people, you know, but sometimes it is one form of sickness or the other that leads to that disability, and that is what they must understand. Some parents that believe a child with disability brings shame. There are some people I know that are heading their families though as persons living with disability. You know, there are so many great people that I know. I know of a professor. He's a Nigerian, Professor Ajiwon, but he's a professor in America. He's sending for his so-called able siblings in Nigeria. You understand? So a child living with disability is not a child that can bring shame to the family. And just like he said, acceptance. Once you accept your child for who he is, say, okay, he cannot walk, but he can do this. There are a lot of persons with disability even working in our government. I've met a couple of them. Ministry of Justice, Ministry of so many other places, you understand? In NAVDAC and all of those things. They are bringing something to the table in their families. They are not shameful objects, you know. And so many other things. That is why I want to give an example of a lady that went to the hospital. She is physically challenged with her legs. She was pregnant and she came to have her baby. And do you know what the nurse said? She said, you will not even consider your condition with your legs. You still went to get pregnant to come and have a baby. You understand that kind of a thing? So there are a lot of discrimination. So someone is crippled. You are not happy that the person is even able to have a baby. And then you are saying you will not consider your condition. You still went to go and have a baby. You know, so many things that we face as persons living with disability in our country and in so many other places that it might take me so long to keep
Thank
so
you
many
so much.
stories.
Thank you so much for that. My brother with the green. Yes, sorry, I didn't see your name. Now, when it comes to services provided and inclusion, now, what are some barriers that you think caregivers or institutions are facing when it comes to providing those services for children living with disabilities? What are those barriers that the caregivers themselves are having or are facing?
I think first of all, I want to acknowledge that all the barriers that have been discussed, caregivers experience that. And I would want to broaden the idea of caregivers even beyond institutions to include families and relatives of children with or children living with disabilities. I really don't like to use that term nowadays. I prefer to use differently abled because there are a lot of things that they are also able to do. One of the barriers I would talk about mostly is their capacity. Because in as much as we talk about all these things, to really live and support a child with disability grow, you need some level of capacity and you need some level of training before even all the things we talk about, like understanding and all that, comes in place. And you realize that we don't have enough of specialist training that will help these children in the institutions or even in communities where these children are living. And that is why most of the time they are left in their homes or locked up and all that, because sometimes people don't know how to handle them. Sometimes caregivers might be afraid. How do we handle them? And also, some of the barriers they face is the stigma we talk about. It's not only limited to the persons with disability, but also their caregivers as well, or relatives. I am a living testimony of what my sister just shared. My mother is a person with disability. And she tells me that when she was going to deliver, the nurses told her that she can't deliver on her own. And so though she was due, they were forcing her to remain till a doctor comes to operate on her because they think a person with disability cannot push out. And so before they realized, she had done it all by herself without the help of the nurses.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much for that. My sister from the human rights, let's talk about some policies. When we talk about, despite the framework from the United Nations Convention for people living with disabilities, in alternative care, what policy changes or advocacy steps are urgently needed so that we can better protect children with living with disabilities?
In our state, as you said, we have the Disability Commission, which is a huge step towards ensuring that the voice of people with disabilities are heard. We also have a disability rights law, which is also undergoing review. Next week, there's some considerations being taken. So if any of us has concerns, I think we should make our voice heard there. But what I would like to say, what I'm trying to say is that we're doing well in the state concerning disabilities. Nationally, there's also the Disability Commission and Law Act in the national legislative framework. So what we want is for this type of law and commission to be replicated across all our states. Permit me to deviate from policies to just talking about disabilities a little bit. And I just want to say this about children with special needs, that children with special needs require special care, all right? And we should be equipped to offer that special care. And also our perspective about them, going back to the law, is that no one should be discriminated against simply by their reason of how they were born. We're all, first of all, human, and we may have need of special care, but we should look at everyone through the eyes of their humanity. My youngest brother went deaf at 8 years from meningitis, and so that made all of us caregivers of a child with disabilities. And one of the first challenges we had was overcoming pity. You know, a lot of people with disabilities, when they don't face people being very cruel to them, now face the opposite, which is pity. And we had to come to a point that we realized that what we were creating, almost creating a monster, because almost everything
he wanted. We just were going out of our way to give him, and he was, you still have to train the child, you still have to discipline. You treat him as every other child, but give him the special protection or you address his special needs while still treating the child as a normal child, but with these specific special needs. So pity is another way that we could go wrong. We have to balance it.
Thank you so much. So before I come back to the panelists, I want to go to the audience and pick 2 questions. Then I will come back to the panelists for the last question. We have 2 people with a question. Aha, my sister here. Where is the microphone? Okay.
When the National Secretary was speaking, he did mention of disability of mind. My question is, how can a caregiver who is having disability of mind give help to children with disability?
All right, so the National Secretary, I want you to answer that question, but just go briefly, please.
Okay, thank you so much, my sister. I think for that person to become a caregiver, meaning that that person doesn't have disability of mind, because number one, the person has already identified what he wants to do in life and is already in active service. So I don't think that person is having disability. That's it. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Toby. Will you want to add up? All right, so thank you. I saw a sister here. Okay, go ahead.
I'm the most happiest person here. In my home, those that are disabled are more than the so-called normal one. And they are being stigmatized, especially we call of them, the parents neglected and rejected them, and they don't care about them again. Some of them were died and are buried in the home because the parents rejected the corpse. This year, in April, one of them, 65 years old, she died. When she was sick and was taken to hospital, I was staying in the hospital with her, slept with her. I called the parents. They said they are not coming. They may demand one thing or the other until the woman died. And I called them that she's dead. Now you can come. And lucky enough for us, they came and said now that she's dead. Or if not, they will demand blood transfusion and they will be looking for donor. And they accepted the corpse. We took her home. To them, we are the parents, and the real biological parents saw themselves as those that pay us condolence visit, that we should take care of them during the burial. We were the ones that cooked for them.
Sorry, what is the question, please?
And so, in such a case, that they are remaining poor now. In such a case, that the rejection is permanent, what do we do?
Okay, so let me go to the human rights people. Did you get the question?
So from the story she gave, in such a situation like this where they have permanent people, like they call them permanent residents, and then they are rejected upon death and the like. So what do we do in such situations?
It's still it's rights abuses in the sense of discrimination, and then everyone is entitled to be treated with dignity and not to be subject to inhuman and degrading treatment. When the abuse is occurring, it's partly why we're there as the National Human Rights Commission. When you notice an abuse, you bring it to our attention. And when it's reported, our services are also free of charge. When abuses of human rights are reported, we try and seek a remedy for that individual case. Sometimes the remedy may be to put the person in care if they're being abused by those they're with, but sometimes it may be educating the family, because a lot of the things that are done out of ignorance or out of being misinformed, misinformation and ignorance. And sometimes you see stories turning around when they are properly educated. A little example, the people have said in the villages they lock up children with disabilities. And someone came to my house one day when we were growing up and saw my brother, and he was noticeably deaf. And he was just moving around like any other member of the family. And then the woman now whispered to my mother that, how come that she has a deaf child that has been locked up at home since they realized he was deaf. I think he was now around the age of my brother, which was about 9 or 10. And it was just seeing that someone with that same condition can be living a normal, happy life that gave the window for that boy to be brought out of that situation. So when we see some of these things, we need to report them, and then a remedy can be found for that situation.
Thank you so much.
I want to add something. Yes, so what she said is very important, but we might also have situations where families still neglect or reject such children, and that's where alternative family-based care comes in. And so when we are talking about alternative family-based care, we should not limit it to just children without any form of impairment. We should also be advocating and encouraging that families should adopt or foster such children so that they wouldn't have to age in the institution to the point of becoming 60 years and about. They will have a family that will care for them. It is scarce for my over 10 years of practice in this space, I've only had one call of a Ghanaian who called and say, can you help me to foster or adopt a child with a disability? So it is rare. So let's advocate more so that people will come up like that and want to adopt or foster such children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in closing, I will give us a few seconds to respond. Oh, I said two questions. Wow. Okay, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Alhassan Lol from the Light Children's Home, Bauchi. My simple goes to one of the panelists. While mentioning the gaps on handling the people with the special needs, he said he's afraid of how to handle them in our homes, which is true. So how do we handle them going by best practice?
Okay, Mr. Toby, did you get the question?
All right. I think that what's important is the willingness to accept those children, those categories of children. There are different kinds of parents. Some are excited to take in such children, some are not. But I think that the willingness to be able to take in those children and understanding their types or kinds of disabilities and being prepared to be able to address them and support those children, and also the willingness to learn how to work with those children is also very important. Those are practical ways I believe that those can be done.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eddie Young, and this is my question. How do we create a thriving environment balance, and stability at work. Now I'm referring to children in the with disability that are aging out and transitioning into adulthood, where they have to be empowered, independent, particularly children with mental health conditions.
Okay, my sister, can you go ahead and respond to that?
Okay. If I understand your question correctly, just like the other lady asked, right? When they're growing old in the homes, am I correct? What do you do? They're aging out. So, like one of the speakers said here, I believe this family-based care is the best for a child with disability. If they get parents that could adopt them or foster them, because they require so much attention, most especially those with mental disability. You know, like the Down syndrome, they have this aggressive side. You know, I was chatting with someone and she was showing me where a child just beats her out of aggression. You understand? So those ones need special attention. And I believe it's in a proper family setting that they can get this kind of attention. I want to give examples with two people that I know that are very successful now, and because they were adopted by parents. I don't know if you have heard of this famous blind man. He's late now, Bitrus Gani. He was adopted by some Americans that took him abroad. You know, he was properly rehabilitated, educated, and taken care of by these parents. By the time he came back, he was a medical doctor. He worked in ABU Zaria as a bone doctor. He got married, he has children, and when I mean, you know, proper children that are well educated, his wife is a professor in English. And they have a big foundation there in Zaria that he started years ago. And so many lives have been blessed through that foundation. He grew up in a foster home. The second person is Professor Ajiwo that I talked about. He was also adopted because in Africa at their time, you know, there are elderly people now. Blind people were totally rejected. But those parents adopted them and properly took care of him. He went to school. They would have given him the proper attention that he needed. You understand? To go to school, get trained properly to the level that he's now a professor, and he comes back home to even educate other people and help other people. So I believe that the family setting kind of adoption and fostering of kids is proper for those aging out, so that you don't keep them till they are 60 in the house. By the time they are properly trained, they can be independent. You understand? For me, I live by myself. I don't live with my parents, and I live in the same town with my mom. You understand? So if you train them properly, they can be independent, live on their own, work in an organization, and earn money to sustain themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And sorry, our time is up. So I want to appreciate you so much, the panelists, for doing justice to this topic. And I pray that we will all adopt some methods to be able to take care of these children that are special, living with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just before you go again, I would celebrate them one after another. So right here we have the moderator for this conversation around understanding and addressing the unique needs and barriers facing children with disabilities in alternative care. We have the privilege of having Reverend Dr. Elisha. Please celebrate Reverend Dr. Elisha as he takes his seat. Thank you. We had Juliet also. Please celebrate Juliet. Thank you. We have Polycarp. Please celebrate Polycarp as well as he takes his seat off the stage. We also had Mr. Toby. Please celebrate Mr. Toby. We have Mr. Isaac as well. Please celebrate Mr. Isaac. And the last but not the least, let's celebrate Auntie Kempia.
All right. We're done with panels for today. But as I stood by the side and I thought about a couple of things, I realized that the weight of the conversations we are having today can really be burdensome for many of us, especially when you see the gaps that have been identified and you're wondering, how shall these things be? How is it possible for us to make a meaningful contribution? It is on the strength of that thought that I would like to ask every one of you to borrow me your attention for a couple of minutes. At this point, I want you to take a comfortable position where you are seated. Ensure you are comfortably seated. Just ensure you are comfortably seated. Let me ask you to close your eyes. Pay attention to my instructions. Just close your eyes for a moment. The hall will get very quiet soon, don't worry. Close your eyes for a moment. Think about something that has been said here today that is probably a burden in your heart. Follow me. Think about something that has been said here that is a burden in your heart. And you're possibly wondering, how can I be of meaningful assistance and help to my society? Just close your eyes and do what I'm saying. In the middle of it, think also of an opportunity that you've had to impact a life or a person, and show gratitude in your heart for it. Show gratitude. Let that imagery flash into your mind of how you've contributed to help a child, to help an adult, to help someone around. And just because you said yes to this cause, someone, somewhere is grateful. Think closely. Think closely. Can I ask you to draw breath in? Taking breath, and on the count of 4, I'll ask you to relieve. Everybody take a deep breath in. 1, 2, hold it. 3, 4, release it gradually. Let's do it 2 more times. Draw deep breath in. In again. In again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Release it. One more time. Draw deep breath in. 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Release it now. You are welcome to open your eyes. Thank you. Let me ask my co-moderators as well on the stage to please come. Let's have a couple of things that we would share with you right now.
All right, can you give yourselves a round of applause for good attention? I would like to take this time to apologize for the delay in lunch. It just came and we're setting up. While we do that, please, ushers, can you get everyone outside to come into the hall? If you're outside and you're not setting up food, can you come into the hall, please? Can we get everyone outside to join us back in the room? Everyone outside, please join us back in the room. Thank you very much. While that is going on, can we get our photographers ready? If you're ready, can we see you in the hall? Drone photographer, can we see you back in the hall, please? No, they're not going to the stage.
One, two. Sound, can you help us with something light on the background? Something light.
All right. So while the people from outside they are coming, we'd like to ask that everyone that is after this photography stand.
1 minute, please.
All right. So we're just making some internal arrangements to get you comfortable. For those who are about to take photographs and we don't want it to be disorderly, we want it to be very proper. We'd like to ask that those that are or after the photographers, that's all the people behind the camera, please stand up, come forward as well. Those of you here, you would only stand up and join the photograph and would all face this direction so that the photographers can have this as the backdrop. We would all face that direction completely. So those after this camera stand, you are invited to stand up and come, hold your valuables if you're not sure, and just come. Yes, they already got the memo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you just see anybody on your table stand up, that means that's your table. Thank you. Just come. We'll fill up this whole aisle here. And for those of you who are around here, please stand up so that we'll face that direction. Photographers, drone, get ready right away. Media, give us soft sound at the backdrop so that we can feel energized to smile. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. You're coming, yes. Just stand like that. It's a group collage.
All those seated, can we be upstanding and face the door, the entrance door? If you're seated, can you stand up and face the entrance door?
It doesn't have to be overly organized. Don't worry. Just come. For those of you here, stand up so that we'll join them. All right, stand. Just stand and fill up the whole place. It doesn't have to be that so formal. Don't worry about height. You will be captured.
No. Everyone behind the camera, everyone after the camera should please come forward and then face the front entrance, please.
Please come.
Don't worry about your height. Everyone will be captured.
Drone, get ready. Cameras, get ready. We don't want the people standing for too long. Media, soft, good music that will make them smile. You will love this photo. Trust me. Come. Thank you, Ifeanyi, for pulling them. Thank you. Come. Quickly, come. Volunteers, everybody come. BB, come. Yes. This space in the middle, can we just fill it up? Cluster, yeah, fill it up. Tell us, drone, tell us, camera. If you're happy with us, tell us, I'm here. DH, does it look good already to you? All right, come, behind the camera.
Somebody should have taken us a picture. Yeah.
The drone is set. I see it.
Oh.
I see it. Just ensure you are facing that exit where you see the drone or you hear the sound of the drone.
We have
salty. All right, so we're going to be doing two things. We're going to be having the picture, then also we're having the video. So my co-host, Yapan, is just going to quickly give us the cue for that, or the pattern for that. Then we do the, all right. All right, drone guy.
Please give us the signal, drone, when you're good.
All right, we have more people coming. This looks beautiful. You saw what? Pictures first. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to count 3 and then we all say cheese. So on count of 3, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Wait, we're gonna do that.
Wait, are we good with that, sir, or should we do it? One house. All right.
1, 2, and 3. Cheese.
All right, please wait the video. Over to you, ma.
All right, for the video, we're going to be saying WAX 2025.
All right, let's remind
You're not
them.
responding. WAX 2025, home-based solutions for African children. Let's say it again. WAX 2025.
Home-based.
Yes. All right, let's go. WAX 2025.
Home-based solutions for African children. Yay! Sorry, wait. You said what, sir? All right. Then more energy. Thank you guys for understanding with us. All right. You give us the countdown, we'll do it. Johnny.
1, 2, 3. WAX 2025.
Awesome.
Did we get it?
We may now take our seats and the ushers will start taking us out for lunch. Please, let's take our seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
Please, Sam, can we have music? Okay, let's find the leader. Let's call them so that we have a Let's call these guys and have a quick meeting.
Breakout meeting. Or what? For today?
Yes.
Yeah.
The big 5. Let's call them.
All right.
I'm going to say Missy.
All
All
right.
right. 1, 2. So as we're getting seated to have the ushering and protocol team help us to mobilize people for our lunch, we also want you to know, like mentioned earlier, we are going to be having breakout sessions for decisions or for some points that we're going to be looking at. We're calling it the Big 5. So I'd like the phone.
Hi, please, ushers, can you let us know how lunch is going?
But we need the aisle decongested, so we need everyone seated so that the movement is fluid and without disturbance. So those who are on the aisle, we need you to be seated so that the ushers can do a good job. We need you to be seated. Those standing on the aisle, we need you seated. Thank you. Good.
Okay, so in preparation for the breakout session, if we call you, please can you come to the side so we can have a quick sidebar? Gladys Matthew, if you're here, can we have you by the side? Gladys Matthew.
Pastor Sandra Chikan, please, we'd like your attention also here on just this side. We're calling all those who will be leading the breakout sessions.
Pastor Nanret Agaba, please, if you're in the hall, can we see you by the sidebar?
If you hear your name, just move towards the left. You can just sit. All right. Who else? Is it Miss? All right. Mrs. Kempia Mafwe. All right. Also on this side. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next person is Mrs. Auntie Grace Solomon, and then Mr. Tobi's Salau.
Please, if Mrs. Grace Solomon is in the hall, we want to see you by the sidebar. And Toby Salau, can you come forward to the sidebar?
All right, our connector, Mr. Ade Lewe, we also need you on this side. So we'll call the names again. Sandra Chikan.
Gladys Matthew, if you're in or outside, we need you in front of the stage.
Barrister-
Gladys Matthew.
All right, Barrister Narrett, also on this side.
You're in the right place. You're in the right place.
And Kempia Mafwe and Adeolowo, we need you to change tables to the next table, please.
Grace Solomon, Toby Salah, please let us move to this side. Let's
Thank you
move to
very
this side.
much.
Please, like we announced during for the for the breakfast, we're going to be going through the door, the direction of the ushers. Please, this door shouldn't be used so that we don't collide and disturb the traffic flow on this side. Thank you. We called your name.